Hello there, everybody! How are we all doing? I believe it is a Thursday this fine day, which I forgot what day of the week it is because I'm officially on vacation for the rest of the year, so I don't have to worry about the days of the week for a while. Hi! Oh gosh, you're reading House of Leaves right now, Laura? Good luck with that. It's an interesting read. It's definitely an interesting read, and I do plan to do a video on it at some point. Maybe as part of the book club, but who knows because of how complicated of a plot it is. That's one that's going to be hard to get everyone on board for right off the bat. Anyways, so we are here. We're going to get... I want you all to get some popcorn because we're heading to the theater today. But first, we need to go and talk to our resident metalhead, Tor, over here, because we did not do it last time. Before we get things going, I just wanted to get all the introductions out of the way. Hello, my name is Dean. We mostly do video essays on the channel, dealing with the Remedyverse, but we do other games too, like Psychonauts, God of War, Hellblade, and stuff like that. We will be having full spoilers for the Remedy series on these streams, but we will not be talking about anything related to New Game Plus, because this is my first time playing through it. But everything else is up for grabs. With all of that said, let's get things going.
We need to talk.
Damn right. Lots for me to explain. But not here. The night's got ears. We can have our talk in your head. You have a room there, right?
How do you know about that?
I'm your grandfather. What don't I know?
Well, alright then, we'll go in there. Draco, yeah, I'm not squeamish. Like, I don't go out of my way for that kind of stuff, but if the story's interesting, I'll go for it.
You know about my mind place? How is that possible?
We all have the power. Find the truth. Damn right I do. Odin already told you you're a seer. You can gaze into their heads, see the truth. See past the lies. Past this bullshit horror story. Us Andersons aren't bound by it. You can fight it. Don't be the story. Make the story.
It's true. I am a seer. I have a power. My mind place is more than I thought it was. This isn't my intuition. I'm seeing their thoughts. Is this why I know the truth about Logan? While everyone else forgot? You said you were my grandfather. If that's true, why wasn't I told about you?
You were part of our fucked up family, way before this horror story. I was a shitty fucking dad to Freya. Your mom didn't deserve that. Not one bit. Things were said and done. Not a day goes by I haven't regretted it. But that fucking father of yours didn't make things any easier. I know Freya is gone. So I need to apologize to you. I am sorry, Saga.
I can see he's sorry. Mom said she didn't want anything to do with my grandfather. And that my father died before I could remember. It all matches. Tor and Odin aren't part of my family.
Yeah, Tor isn't crazy in the slightest stretch of the imagination here. And in terms of her profiling being safe, that depends on the mind. Because some minds are not safe to look at. I mean, there's a scene where she tries to link up with Scratch later, and it literally consumes her, like, right away. So she's like, okay, stop. Nope, no more of that. Yeah, there's, if anyone hasn't seen it, I highly recommend a TV show from the 90s. It's one of my favorite shows of all time called Millennium. Now, it's, technically set in the X-Files universe, but it doesn't have anything to do with, like, aliens or government conspiracy or anything like that. But it deals with a criminal profiler, and there's an episode, I believe, in Season 3 where there's someone who essentially has similar profiling ability, but it ends up being possessed by the demons of the people he's profiling. Like, he cures the people of their insanity, but he takes their insanity within himself. It's... So, yeah, these kind of psychic connections, they can work for less obtrusive minds, but ones that are invasive can not be safe to look at.
You said you were a shitty father to my mom. Is that why she left?
Freya never looked back. My girl was strong. Freya always thought our powers had a dangerous side. Odin and me did fuck with things that should not have been fucked with. Your mom had common sense. She raised you right. Kept you safe. I'm not surprised she didn't tell you about the Anderson power.
She was always protecting me. Whenever I told my mom about my mind place, she called it make-believe. I wish she'd been more honest with me. At least towards the end.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't stream anywhere, unfortunately, the TV show. You have to kind of purchase get a physical copy of the DVD, but it's well worth it if you like dark criminal type stories, but it's more of a supernatural aspect to it. But the supernatural is very under the surface, and unless you really pay attention, you don't notice it.
Mom wouldn't talk about my father. You knew him?
Some doors are better left closed. Your dad was a complicated bastard.
Some doors, he
Always
says.
Thinking too many steps ahead. That's not how we work. There was trouble, and then he was gone. I didn't handle it well. Freya didn't want anything to do with me after that. I can't blame her.
I never knew my dad or my mom's family. So many broken relationships in my past. I won't lose mine. With Logan. With David. I won't stop until they're safe.
Hey there, blah blah. Doing pretty good. How are you?
I have the clicker. Can I use it to save my daughter?
An amp. Get your guitar roaring and your drums crashing. Blow reality's eardrums. Just the light switch isn't enough. It's Tom's story we're dealing with, so he's gotta be the one to rewrite it. After that's done, he can flick that switch to bring the whole thing home, baby.
I can't use the clicker without Wake. Tom. Meaning Wake. He needs to rewrite the story first. I can't stop the horror story without him.
Well, original Tyke, like, I can't really say anything about Logan because we've never seen her in the story, so your guess is as good as mine regarding if she has that as well. So I really can't say much on that. In regards to the old gods playing at Mr. Door's show, it's actually kind of interesting considering when Tor banished him in 1988, he flat out said, okay, I'm going to take Odin's eye and we're going to use this as collateral so you remember our promise. And he called them out that they're going to meet again once the family gets back together. And at this point, the family's back together in the dark place, so to speak.
Tor is here, in the overlap. Gotta find him and get the fuck out.
Dino Lynn, is Alan Wake a reincarnation of Tom? No idea. I'm not gonna guess about Tom because there's
Logan
not enough information right now.
He had no right to use her like this. There is still time to make him fix it. I won't give him a choice.
That being said, there is some interesting details about Tom. So if we go to the folklore surrounding Tom Reimer, aka Tom the Poet, which was, I think it's like a 13th or 12th century real-life poet, there is some folklore surrounding him about how he was approached by the Queen of Elfland and went off into the fairy world for 7 years before returning, with the gift of basically his poetry would have prophecy and he could have all those things right there, right? Well, technically in Alan Wake lore, Thomas Zane vanished in 1970 and Alan was born in 1977, which means there is a 7-year gap between when Tom vanished and Alan was born. That being said, that's not enough evidence to really say anything, but that's the historical basis for the namesake. Yeah, if anyone put any spoilers in, please, mods, please delete it right now. Mom thought Tor's power was dangerous. There we go. Let's go ahead and clean this up. Our family is not bound by Wick's story. Anger's remorse mentions the man I drove away.
The way Tor behaved? I'm surprised my mom hung around for as long as she did. But he is genuinely sorry.
Okay. Alright, I'm removing that comment since some of the mods are outright original tag. I don't know. That's foreshadowing, and please don't mention that at all. That kind of stuff is not allowed in chat whatsoever. The clicker acts as an amplifier, magnify. Where's the clicker? Because Wake wrote the story, only Wake can edit it.
Wake needs to be the one to rewrite the ending.
Area around
and
an
I'll
overlap.
need to keep an eye on him.
Okay, overlap. Details. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. I'm wondering if we're going to get new clues in this.
Overlaps require pieces of art to enter. Is that because of the Dark Place's focus on art?
Kinda, sorta. A certain way of looking at it. I hope we figure out these bug pieces of clues.
Thanks for telling me this, Tor. I need to go find Wake. To stop this.
The old gods of Asgard will be ready to help. Me and my bro will bring the rock when you need it.
Yeah,
Remember,
you do.
Your daughter is alive. Just kept from you by this bullshit horror story.
I needed to hear that. Thanks, Grandpa.
Don't worry about me, kiddo. I'll drag my sorry ass over to Odin. A few shots of the Andersons' finest will fix us both up. See you soon, Saga.
Beautiful.
The FBC is holding Wake at the sheriff's station. I need to make Agent Estevez understand. They have Wake and I have the clicker. We have to work together to stop this.
All right, so
Casey,
rather.
Do you read me, Casey? Damn it. Where are you, Casey? He better be okay. Focus, Saga.
Okay,
Get
so
to the station. To Wake.
Oh, let's let her finish speaking. Okay, so normally what we would be doing is going along this way and working your way around here. I'm gonna skip that, and we're gonna head over here so we can transition back to Alan's side of the story, and then we'll pick this loop up and do the rest of the collectible hunting and some other minor stuff in the next stream. But right now we are going to skip all that just for time purposes, because we have a lot to get through on Alan's side of the story today. Do 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 do. So are you new to a lot of the Remedy stuff, actually? Major? Sounds like you're playing through Control and Alan Wake right now. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right, let's head on back. Whoa, his eyes look creepy as hell right there. Okay, I'm back. Alright. So what we have to do today is start off heading into Parliament Plaza, then we're going back to the talk show, and then we can head over to the Poets Theater. But let's see what we have in here, other than our insane amount of flare guns. Because, you know, flare guns are awesome. Minimal ammo, because then we can maximize our ammo. Alright, let's do this. You finished Control AWE and working through Foundation as we speak. I already completed Alan Wake. Wanted to include a new game plus. I won't spoil. I'm just here for the lore. Hey, no worries. I appreciate you keeping it under wraps. But have you checked out... Because there's other things related to it as well. You got American Nightmare. You got the 2 comic books. And you have the Alan Wake files. And the This House of Dreams blog. There's all sorts of other medium connected to this universe. And related to Alan Wake.
Scratch was closing in. Gaining control. I couldn't let him escape the dark place. I had to keep him from Alice.
And now he's covered in blood. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What's the blog I mentioned? It's called This House of Dreams, and it's still live. You can find it online. If you're having trouble locating the... it's on blogger.com, but if you're having trouble locating it, go to the Alan Wake wiki, look up This House of Dreams, and there's a link to it on there. It's basically a text-based blog that follows the story of a woman named Samantha Wells in the town of Ordinary, Maine. Yep, the very same Ordinary from Jesse's childhood. And she moves into a new house and starts renovating it and finds in the attic a shoebox full of poems by Thomas Zane as well as other knickknacks, and then weird stuff starts happening. But that's all I'm going to say. Oh, you're welcome. Hold on.
Go to hell!
I'm sorry. You're welcome, AI Monogatari. Yeah, the flare gun ammo glitch is just amazing. And here we are again. So Alan's under the impression that he's coming here to try to save her, but this is her. He's literally crossing over into reality and haunting her. He has literally become a ghost in her life. And the thing is Alice mentions that he has been coming to her every single night. And I believe this began sometime in 2017, if I remember correctly. Meaning that he has gone through this loop that many times. Every night, 365 days for 5 or 6 years. So he's gone through this, if we just do the basic math of that, nearly 2,000, roughly 2,000 times.
Alice had turned the bathroom into a dark room.
A dark room that uses red light. You know what? That's actually an interesting thought. So, like, how dark rooms function... I'll have to do some research on exactly how it works, but essentially it functions by using this type of red glow in order to reveal the captured light that's on the page. Now, does anyone wonder if the reason why there's red light all throughout this game like being chasing Alan or just in the areas associated with like the cult and stuff like that is because we're literally using dark lights like this. That it's not like everyone thinks, oh, it's like the hiss. I'm like, maybe it's not like the hiss. Maybe it's like this photography. Maybe it's related to photography. Literally, I just thought about that. I've never considered that in my first 2 playthroughs. Interesting thought. Let's go ahead and continue onwards, but keep that in the back of our head. Red light is so you can see and be adjusted to the dark when you have it turned off. Okay. Okay, so it's not specifically the red light that actually does it. It's just that the photos are in darkness and it allows you to see while you're working into it. It's more for your eyes. Okay, so the red light just helps Alan become more accustomed to the dark while he's there. Okay. So, symbolically speaking, we're trying to get Alan to become accustomed to working in the dark place by having that red light. It helps his eyes adjust, so to speak. Either way, it's an interesting comparison. Yeah, I'm thinking it's maybe not indicative of Alice's presence, but it actually might be. Who knows? But yeah, interesting thought. The Dark Place. A photography and videography exhibition by Alice Wake. Greetings from Hollywood. Hey, Alice, I'm more of a fish out of water in Hollywood than I ever was in the Pacific Northwest wilderness. These yuppies with their glow-in-the-dark teeth couldn't be more fake if they had 6 fingers, and everything is so fucking great all the time, even when it's in fact the opposite. More than once I've thrown up my mount during meetings with these movie exec jerks. Wait, where's that? But I gotta be here to look after Al's legacy. Everyone wants to gobble up the film rights for the Casey books, and they have moronic ideas on what to do with them. It's my duty to herd this horde of tan zombies into the general direction of something resembling good taste. I'm painfully aware how deeply Al would have hated adaptations if they didn't do justice to his vision. He was a master of hating things deeply, for good reason. I mean, that's why we all love them so much, right? Anyway, gotta hop on another video call now to talk about about casting your pal, Barry. So this is back in 2021, 2 years back. So it seems like a lot of these Casey films did get made, but Barry helped work on them in some little ways. And now we're moving forward about 10 months into 2022. Hey Alice, you're gonna think I've been replaced by an evil double, but I've joined a cult and I love it. Joking about being a cult, kind of, well, blessed wellness retreat. You did join a freaking cult, Mary! Oh, Chester Bless, the blessed organization, you shady. Now, we're working with Al, and the Andersons was tough sometimes, but these movie biz types are insane. My stress levels went through the roof, but then I was tipped off about the retreat. The best decision I ever made. I've never felt this good and, well, healthy. The guy who runs this place, Chester, is a goddamn miracle worker, not a wacko in any way. Now, my curiosity, since he was tipped off about the blessed organization, who tipped him off? And if so, was it someone that's trying to direct Barry Wheeler to the blessed organization, and if so, for what purpose? What purpose? I know you think I'm full of shit, but I've lost tons of weight. You wouldn't recognize me. Chester says I'm lucky to have ended up here. That something bad would have happened to me if I'd stayed in New York. Okay, so this little detail here is actually really interesting to me. Chester's saying that if something bad would have happened to him if he had stayed in New York. Now, all the information we have about Control 2 in the promo art implies that the hiss may break out of the oldest house and may go on to reign upon New York. Meaning that the fact that Barry's no longer in New York is done solely so that he can stay safe. And it also makes me question about Alice, because Alice going into the dark place means she's not in New York either, so she's not being threatened by whatever breaks out. So the two characters we know that live there are safe for the time being. Now, that can be coincidental or intentional. Well, mitigated risk, a lot of people are guessing, they're hypothesizing that Chester Bless is actually going to be played by the same actor as Paul Serene in Quantum Break. That one of the shifter personalities in their universe is Chester Bless. But again, no one knows for that for sure. That's just a random hypothesis. Like, I don't see any information to support it, but it's just a theory that's out there. I hope you are good over there. Come and visit anytime. West Coast is not as bad as I made it sound in my earlier mails. Your pal, Barry. Hey, Alice. I think this is moving forward another month or so. Yeah, Aiden Gillen. Hey, Alice. Checked in because I haven't heard from you. Everything good back there? I've been trapped in a non-stop meetings with no breaks. Open kimono. I've considered peeing in a mug and lunches be damned. How these people ever get a moving made when all they do is sit in meetings is beyond me. Your pal, Barry. And now we're going to jump forward another 9 months to March of 2023. Hey, Alice, Shark Circling. Now they want to turn what happened to Al into a movie or a TV show or get a fucking video game. I told them to fuck off. Also, in case you hear about this from someone else, a true crime writer named Tammy Booker is working on a book about Al. I hunted down a publisher and told them we'll sue. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Your pal, Barry. And now moving forward to May. Hey, Alice, everything good with you back home? Just checking in. Tried to call but couldn't reach you. You're probably just deep in your creative process. I know how you artists get when you're in the middle of your projects and everything disappears. If you call me and can't reach me, I'm doing whatever... where's this at? If you call me and can't reach me, I'm doing whatever it is an executive producer is supposed to do. Still a mystery to me. Oh, and if you want me to help with anything business related to your expedition, just say the word. Your pal, Barry. So do you guys think that the reason Barry got so healthy and he's just feeling amazing is because there's an altered item that's being used by the Blessed Organization to give people that impression? I mean, Chester Bless used the freaking Guru surfboard altered item at one point back in, I think, the early 2000s. No. This would have been like the early 90s, I think. I don't recall the exact timeline on that, though. Also, this kind of gives us a timeline for when Alice jumped into the lake, because I'm pretty sure Alice Wake's quote-unquote death would have been national news, and Barry would have known about it if it happened. Now, at this point in time, he doesn't know anything happened to her. He's still sending her emails, which means at this point in time, she probably had not jumped into the lake yet. So it's just something that happens after this point. So it's a recent thing. Now, as we're going to see throughout this entire section with Alice, I find it interesting that her nyctophobia no longer exists. Now, those kind of things like phobias and realizations about oneself and confrontations of the shadow is kind of what happens with the Dark Place. It, in its own weird way, forces people into that mental state. And you would imagine Alice would be forced to deal with her nyctophobia in the Dark Place, but it seems like she doesn't have to deal with that anymore because she dealt with it up here, which makes her ability to navigate the Dark Place a little bit easier.
For months after Ellen died, I didn't leave the apartment. I was flattened by the confusion, the shock, the guilt, fear. I could barely get out of bed. Barry Wheeler started visiting. He even cooked me meals. I couldn't stand the guy when I first met him, but he's a better friend than I gave him credit for.
Damn straight he is. Barry is amazing.
He still checks in, even after he moved out west.
Alrighties, so right here we have her psychological journey and her quote-unquote, I wouldn't say enlightenment, but transmutation would probably, her metamorphoses would probably be better. So we have part 1, the depths, when you're in the pit of despair. And the mindset that's going through her is that her love for Alan is weakness, because that's what's driving her into those depths. And this is where the original TV was set up, so it's not the same place.
Alice's work had consumed the apartment. Her whole life.
And the thing is with this is, I don't know if this was made specifically for other people to see or for Alan to see. Because by setting it up in this way, I don't know. No idea. But either way, we do have, again, the hand at the bottom of the ocean reaching upwards, trying to find the surface. Okay, right there. Okay, real quick. You see the T-shirt she has? She's wearing right there. It's a 12-year anniversary for a film festival, which, interesting enough, is the same film festival that was mentioned in American Nightmare, and it is the one where she made the Sunshine documentary, which was what was used in the climax of that game. So she's wearing a shirt referencing American Nightmare. Just wanted to mention that.
One morning, I saw a deer soar past my bedroom window. It was a balloon of some cartoon animal. And I looked out at the street below, and I saw a little girl crying. Like losing that balloon had just ended her whole world. It was the perfect image of the horror of caring. And that's when I got myself out of bed. And I picked up my camera.
Weakness is clarity. The comeback. Again, once the ego is shattered, that's when you start building yourself out of that trough. And ego doesn't, in this context, isn't anything to do with, like, how we build ourselves up. It's more to do with our perceptions. Perceptions of ourselves and perceptions of the world. Hey there, Zachary Annel. Dude, thanks so much for the donation. I very much appreciate it. Still mad that chick playing Alice isn't getting discussion awards recognition for her performance so far. She's damn good in this. I agree. Like spending so much time with Brett Madden as the only Alice that I've experienced, I was very nervous coming into this about anyone replacing her. But this new actress has done a phenomenal job. Absolutely. Like, unless I really looked into it, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And so I commend her very much. Which is sad, Original Type, because Alice actually is so very relevant to the narrative in retrospect. It's sad that she doesn't get talked about enough. I mean, American Nightmare, and what it seems like in this game, she is like the linchpin that makes sure the story succeeds. Without her work with the Sunshine documentary and American Nightmare and her work behind the scenes in this game, nothing would have worked properly. Nothing would have succeeded. It's the unsung hero, so to speak.
There was something in the dark. Something I needed to see, to show. The more shadows I photographed and filmed, the more I felt like I was on the verge of a breakthrough. I submerged myself in it. I only went out at night. My search became obsessive, but I still had no idea what I was looking for.
Okay, so this is, I'm not a therapist or psychologist by any stretch of the imagination, but this portion feels like she's going through a type of exposure therapy where her fear is the darkness. She's nyctophobic, and in this one she's flat out saying, yes, I immersed myself in that thing that I fear. I only went out at night. I never went out in the light anymore. So she's literally exposing herself to her fear to the point where she learns how to deal with it. Clarity is purpose for the search. Head into the last area. So why is there multiple screens for this one?
There's a world hidden behind ours. A dark tide ebbing and flowing against reality. Faces in the shadows. Fear of the dark is really just fear of what could be, that vast, paralyzing ocean. But photography can freeze reality in a snapshot, put a cage around the infinite and capture it. I need to prove those faces are really there.
It's actually a really interesting concept. Purpose is strength. It's a really interesting idea that when you have the perception of time as it's proceeding in a linear fashion, anything is possible within the dark place, but the second you freeze frame it, it collapses into only one potential. It's kind of like, I don't know, just waves and particles, the twin slit experiment of quantum mechanics in a certain sense. The second you observe it and freeze in place, then you can... There is no other potentialities. It collapses. The wave function collapses into one thing. And you can control that one thing.
The full manuscript of a novel. Return. A horror story about the dark presence escaping from the dark place, taking over Bright Falls. I couldn't remember writing it. I had not written it. I would never write this. I knew who had. Scratch. A monster with my face. If this story came true, Scratch would get out, people would die. Destroying the manuscript, it wouldn't stop it from happening. I would have to fix it, edit it. I could not change the genre of the story. I'd have to work within the constraints set by Scratch. I needed someone in the story to fight the darkness. Saga Anderson. I kept seeing her in my visions. She was already in Bright Falls, already involved, but she was not in Return. Not yet. I'd write her in. Try to stop Scratch within the limits of the horror story. It was almost impossible. It was taking too long. I had not reached the end.
And with that, we are forced to loop back around to Mr. Doors, the beginning of Initiation, which is Mr. Doors' talk show. So I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit while we discuss this part of it. So, pretty much the entirety of the game, when he keeps talking about, oh, Scratch did this, Scratch did that, he's jumping at shadows. Figuratively and literally. Because Scratch never was involved in this. We had Alan, who wrote the original version of it, and my hypothesis is when we were watching those TV sections of the writer's journey, that's Alan A, who is writing it, and then we have Alan B, which as of right now, sits down and starts making the edits, believing that Scratch wrote it when he didn't. He wrote it and he forgot. And then the one that came out and shot him, that's Alan C, who comes in and tries to make additional things. And he believes that the current Alan is also Scratch. So he just keeps jumping at shadows. He's freaking out. Like, none of this is real, but in his head, he keeps believing, oh no, I got this boogeyman that's out there that's corrupting everything. He's doing this, he's doing that, he's writing this, and he's editing that, and he's causing this. It's like, he's being paranoid is what's going on. And it's only by the finishing of the third loop, which is walking in and then shooting Alan right there, is when the Dark Presence officially takes him, and that's when Scratch actually emerges. Which is really just... It's almost as if the Dark Presence knows how Alan writes, knows the themes he uses, and knows that he's using Scratch as an enemy, and is kind of like causing the I wouldn't say like in a direct sense, but the paranoia of that in the back of his head is what's causing this narrative to progress. Or if he would have just chilled out a little bit, we would have been fine. Yeah, Alan under the influence of Tom, I wouldn't say I'd say in collaboration with Tom was the first draft. And then so Alan believes, therefore, that Scratch worked with Tom, and that's not really the case. That's a good point, actually, Kareen, saying that Saga was already in the story before Alan pulled her into it, meaning that she lived an entire investigation for Nightingale's death, or maybe Nightingale wasn't even involved yet, but she lived the entire investigation for the three bodies that washed up before Alan tapped her, and that reset it back to the beginning of the loop, where now she's coming in as part of the story versus on her own. And we don't know what happened there. Okay. Let me turn up the volume a little bit. Alrighty, let's get go. Let's get go. Let's get going.
Scratch stopped me before I could finish my edits to the manuscript. The memory of my edits was already fading. Terrible things would happen if the manuscript came true. Scratch was there, at Parliament Tower, undoing my work. He could use the story to escape. He could go after Alice.
So, like, I was thinking about this, crap, what's the name of that movie? Give me a second. What's that movie? Edge of Tomorrow. So, if anyone has seen Edge of Tomorrow, I feel like that film is a great example of the spiral versus a loop, where the main character is literally going through the same day over and over and over again, but each day there's forward momentum, there's progress. So I think that'd be a great film to try to get across the point of what's going on with Alan in this game. Anyways, Draco, welcome on back in. Okay, this is just a random question to everybody. What is your opinion on unreliable narrators? Because Alan right now is very much an unreliable narrator. And he was in the first game too, because he had no knowledge of what was happening. What's all your opinions on that? Yeah, Live, Die, Repeat is the manga, I believe. I mean, it's definitely a lot of fun to have the narrator not be trusted.
I needed a new draft of the story. One that would get me ahead of Scratch.
Play of Shadows. Zane said there was another murder site hidden in the hotel. I would write my way there. A new Casey story, a sequel to the previous one. I had to keep it interesting, find a twist, a meta layer, a theater play about the cult, a play with a supernatural reputation, the play infiltrated by the real cult. The devil was summoned, the murderer, Scratch, lurking behind the cult, an echo of what I was going through to make my narrative ring true. The murder site in the hotel I felt closer to. Home, Saga Anderson had helped me. From the other side, she needed the clicker. She wanted me to write more. It's funny. Yeah, he took that because she's trying to tell him to change the story because she wants to save her daughter, and he only got the words thinking she wanted me to write more by the end of it. Can I trust Zane? Okay, moving on to part 3. Now, one interesting little thing here is they keep using the term play of shadows. I wonder... I've been listening to Shadow Play by Poets of the Fall a lot recently, and I'm curious about any thematic relationship between what we're talking about here and their song Shadow Play. Anyways, obsession. Things were getting worse at home. Alice's art project had consumed the apartment. She was obsessed with darkness, with finding the truth. All she would find was Scratch. I had to get to the writer's room behind my study door. I needed the truth, too. I needed return. All right. So now that he has gotten to a point where he is again killed, shot in the head this time, now we're going to go back to the beginning, which is Mr. Door's show, and start over.
Zane had said we worked on Return together. That was a lie. Scratch wrote Return.
I think it's
Pay Zane
Clearview,
another
Atik.
visit. He had guided me to 2 murder sites. I needed a new one to get back to Parliament Tower. A new draft of initiation.
Yeah, Atik, I think the Poets album with that song is Clearview, if I remember correctly. Touch the head, because, yep, I just got shot. See, I don't know, Melissa, because like I've seen your comment in previous streams. Melissa's saying that I don't think Alan wrote Logan into the story. He never mentioned her. I think Saga accidentally puts Logan into the story by doing the nursery rhymes. I mean, a lot of the nursery rhymes are focused on the themes of a mother or a parent and child, I should say. But a lot of it does have to do with the mother and the fawn, or the deer, or the child, and that's about little things like, don't go down to this, don't go down to the lake, but instead it gets eaten by wolves, or the thing drowns, or something like that. I mean, I'd have to listen through all of the manuscripts again, but I'm with you. I don't think Alan at any point mentions Logan by name in any of the manuscript pages. And that makes me wonder if... Because technically, Dr. Eugene Campbell is the one that put all the nursery rhymes into play. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's just I don't want to definitively say that he never mentioned her because I don't recall off the top of my head. Yeah, that would be very ironic that by doing the nursery rhymes is what caused her daughter to become involved. Because if I remember correctly, after the first overlap, she comes out and gets a call that Logan slipped in the shower and bumped her head and has a mild concussion. But we also... Okay, you know what? I'm probably only going to backtrack on that a little bit, only because Rose mentions this before the first nursery rhyme occurs. So Rose already mentions Logan's involvement before Saga does any of the nursery rhymes, but then again, with how time works in the Dark Place, it really doesn't matter. It's non-linear anyways. Oh, mitigated risk. The nursery rhymes are very specific about... Like, I'm going to release a video on the nursery rhymes and about how a lot of this is just about Saga's story, her personal journey. Like, a lot of it's very, very specific about her. So, we'll talk about that later, though. I love this scene. He's resonating Lance Reddick in this little scene right here in the shadows. That's his mannerisms right there when he's playing Martin Hatch, and I love it.
I don't have time for this, so let's get it over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake. It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Masks come off.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask. But you know how to make things difficult for yourself. All these rules, endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky, you know. There are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself. Your wife.
Alice. I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is. Because of you. And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors. Peeking in. Reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
Maybe you will make it through this time. This has gone on long enough. This and our Night Springs. It was a nice distraction.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
The next time we meet, the circumstances will be very different. And you would do well to return the favor by playing your part. Or stay out of my way, Mr. Wake.
Whatever you say. Door, Zane, the masks were finally coming off.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a sign I was closer to escaping? I had no time to waste.
You're absolutely correct, Leo Nielsen. So up until this point, this most recent loop is when Alan actually officially brings Saga into the story during the previous cutscene. Before that, all the way up to that point, she wasn't mentioned specifically in the plot. But only after that scene where he starts making the edits and officially pulls Saga Anderson into the story of Return, that's when Mr. Door stops the show and says, okay, MFer, this is how this is going to work. Because in a linear sense, the first 3 scenes we have with Mr. Door, Saga was not in the story yet, but now she is. So the mask comes off. No, Draco, we did the We Sing section a couple streams ago. And there's Baldur's guitar. Nice. And yep, we have the dark place starting to leak into the studio here.
Wake.
Oh great, we actually have some here.
The door wouldn't open.
What's interesting, though, is that we see Saga's name originally written... Well, there were some pages that were written by fully after the fact. I mean, I'm pretty sure... Actually, I can't go to her mind place right now, but like, let's just say the new DLC manuscript page specifically mentions her. But that's only for the DLC. So, like, it's kind of difficult to figure out what was written by which Alan, because technically speaking, we have 4 Allans... Kind of, sort of. We have Alan A, who wrote the original Return in collaboration with Thomas Zane. We have Alan B, which is what we just saw, who started making all the handwritten edits. And then we also have Alan C, which is after Alice's quote-unquote death, comes in and ends Alan B's whole career, and then gets taken over by the Dark Presence. Then we have Alan D, which is after he goes back into the Dark Place and starts writing the ending, and starts writing New Game Plus. So that's kind of like the progress of the story we have to keep in mind, even though it's hard to follow because of how this narrative plays out. Ram these words down your throat. Which actually, that's part of the video. That's part of the video right there. One of his videos, he mentions ram these words down your throat and choke on it. Which, that's something we're going to have to talk about as soon as it shows up as well. Because I have a whole hypothesis about that specific scene. I write and I write and I write. So all these fade-outs are just saying lines that Alan has spoken at some point in the past. Ati!
Hurry, Tom. Here is the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jumalauta, that held you close, Tom. Mutta go onward, set the granny in the snow. When the panic is biggest, the help is also near.
He didn't, Isaac. So Alan C. did not write anything. He just immediately was taken over by the Dark Presence. No, Amelia, so the Andersons are definitely affected by the story in the sense that if reality's altering around them, they still have to deal with the story. It's not like the story just doesn't happen to them. They're still involved in it, but they aren't bound by the rules where their memories are altered and they're forced to play out the roles that are given to them. They have that sense of freedom. They're the chaos element within the narrative. But the story still happens, so they are involved in it.
Door didn't seem happy to see me this time.
Fearing the master is the root of wisdom. But don't let the game get you down. He's playing his role. Maybe put him in your films, Tom. Like you have put me. Sehän olisikin.
Oh yeah, we talked about the framed pictures right here earlier. I did translate them, and I mentioned them in a previous stream.
What films?
I'm a fan of your masterworks. There is Tom the Poet, my favorite, and Yöden Yö is the most famous one, of course. And is it true what I hear? That it's coming back to cinemas soon? Is there a bottom to this rumor?
Yeah, so that's my hypothesis too, is that these fade-outs are previous versions of Alan, but that's more because they are voiced by Matthew Peretta. I think they have the same facial model. They're just covered in darkness so you can't see them, but also they say lines that Alan specifically spoke as well, which leads to the hypothesis that they're previous versions of Alan.
I need to get back to my apartment. Can you help me?
Well, plan is half done. You asked me to make sure you won't forget mikä se valokuva oli? The light pictures. The photos your artist wife took. They are waiting in the shoebox in the basement. What you leave behind, you find in front of you.
Okay. Thanks, Adi.
Okay, so I guess an easy way to try to sum up my hypothesis regarding the fade-outs...
I'm looking forward to seeing Yöden Yö in the cinema. But first, I work. And the work won't end even when you do it, perkele.
That's entropy for you.
One potato at a time.
The work will never end.
Tom, the brave will eat the pea soup.
Brave will eat the pea soup. Yeah, the work will never be done even when you do it. That's entropy for you, unfortunately. So I think the best way to sum up my thoughts on the fade-outs, I'm not going to really say much more than this, but Neo, the world ends with you. If anyone's played that game, you know what I mean about the birds. The bird noise. That's all I'm going to say. And that is my impression of how the fade-outs work. Now, for anyone who hasn't played the game, I'm not going to say more than that, but you should definitely check out The World Ends With You. It's amazing. It's absolutely an incredible game. Both games, actually. Perkele, it's kind of like damn it or something like that. Saitana is the devil. But yeah, Perkele kind of like means like god damn it, like damn it or something like that. Well, like, I'm just, Champion of Light, I'm just trying not to spoil that game, which is why I'm not commenting further. Because, like, the whole thing surrounding the bird noise is literally the big twist of the entire game, so I really don't want to spoil that. Okay, let's get this going.
I would find Alice's photos in a shoebox.
Oh. Okay, we really don't have a lot of room down here. So if I get attacked, we're gonna have to take care of it quick. Alright, and here we are, back in the red light. So wouldn't that actually be really interesting if the entire point of the red light that we see all throughout here is to symbolically prepare one's eyes for the darkness? I mean, technically, we see it in all the overlaps before Saga goes into it. She, like the second she puts the heart through the chest of the witch, the red light appears in the overlap to help her eyes get accustomed to the darkness before she goes into the overlap. Same thing happens in the well, same thing happens before she goes into the pond behind Valhalla, and we see it all throughout the Dark Place as well. So this actually would make sense. Because I've been trying to wrap my head around why we have this kind of red light everywhere, but if we interpret it that way, it makes perfect sense why it's here the entire time. It's the red light of a photographer. Anyways, let's go. There we go. So we have the bullet of light, and we have the clicker. Because it looks cool.
A bullet of light to push the darkness away.
These were Alice's photos. I recognized the style. One showed the clicker sinking into darkness. The other showed a light in the shape of a bullet. They were important, even if I didn't know what to do with them yet.
Because, like, I know a lot of people who've coming to this after playing Control, they're immediately going to have flashbacks to the Hiss Resonance, because it's the same color of red as that. It's the same hue of red as the Hiss. Which now actually makes you question why the Hiss are characterized as red in the first place, retrospectively. But that's a whole new line of inquiry. How did she make the light bullet? No idea. Like, we know how she got the clicker, kinda, sorta. But we don't know specifically how she got the bullet of light. That's an open mystery as of right now. Alright, and here we go. So, no joke, because of this conversation, guys, I'm gonna have to do research on the act of dark light exposure for photography. I'm gonna have to learn that entire process now because of you guys. All right, well, I need to run real quick for a bio break, but rather than leave you on the BRB screen, I'll leave you all to vibe to this music.
Apart. The light is a poisonous, poisonous dart, forever seeking out the darkest part. Forever, forever, forever your heart.
And we are back. Alrighties. Alrighties, I am back. Let's take a look at chat real quick. The red light also doesn't have some adverse effect on some chemicals. I spent many hours in a dark room. Oh, okay, Brad. Yeah, if you know any of those like specific details and how it works, then please let me know. Because I have no idea about any of this. Okay, mitigated. Sorry, I'm just reading of a few things. Crackpot theory. Time is meaningless in the dark place. If Alan's the origin of the dark presence, is Alice the origin of the light presence? No, I can't say no because time doesn't work properly in the dark place, but at the same time, they suggest the dark and bright presence were there when Barbara and Tom went to the lake. But, like, if we're gonna say that Alan is the dark presence, or is the origin of that, then we have to suggest that he never recovers from it. Personally, I think the dark presence has been around for forever, and it specifically tells him that it is much older than Alan himself, that it's older than our first work of art, implying maybe older than reality itself, or at least was there at the inception of reality. Anyways, let's get going.
I'm lost in the dark, drowning. I'm drowning.
This is it right here.
There's no way out. It's deeper. This is hell. I'm in hell. I died. I wish I was dead. Let me die. I just want to sleep, please. Let me sleep. I'm so tired. I just want to go home. I've written so much. I write. There's nothing left. It's all gone. I don't know how to write. All the words are gone. There's no more words. Where did they go? Did I eat the words? I recognize these words. Who are the words moving? Oh, this is familiar. Oh, this is familiar. I've been here before. Have I said this before? I've read this somewhere. Where am I? Who am I? Alan Wake. Alan Wake? That's a strange name, eh? Wake? That sounds like a character's name. I write that name up. I make that name up. I don't want to These are my words. Stop using the words. The words. Alto, the word. This isn't your story. It never was your story. The story is a monster. The story will eat you alive. The darkness is coming. The darkness inside. This is my story. You're in my story. Get out of my story. You are a character in my story. You can't stop the story. This story will go on forever. There's no escape. You will never escape. You will drown here. You're stuck in a loop. You don't have a clue. You're lost. You lost the plot. I'll show you.
Alright, so this might be one of the most important scenes we see for the writer's journey. Like, this part right here is so relevant. So, the entire idea of him taking a page of the manuscript, crumbling it up and eating it, saying, no, you can't have these words, these are my words, secret words. He wrote the plot of Return, but then ripped a page out that no one saw, not even Alan B., who started doing the edits, not the Dark Presence, nobody, and swallowed it. But the thing is, that doesn't stop what's written on those pages from occurring. There is a MacGuffin somewhere in that lost page that he ate that no one knows. None of the characters can possibly know. None of the forces can possibly know what was written on that page. Even Alan doesn't know what was written on that page because he ate and swallowed it and lost his memories. So I am very interested on what was on that lost page that was eaten. And it's an absolute shame that Ilka Villi and Matthew Pareto were not nominated for some kind of performance award for this role. I mean, the amount of range that they had to portray is just insane. Yeah, well, yes, I am assuming Alan only ate one page, which I'm not as okay. It's possible he ate more than one. That's perfectly fair. Like, it doesn't really matter if he ate one or more than one. Yeah, there might be a reason, like, that's possible, Draco, is the bullet of light might have something to do with the page he just ate. Who knows? They're long listed for BAFTAs? Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. I haven't seen anything on BAFTAs. Maybe because two actors performed one character. I mean, it'd be very difficult. You kind of have to give them both the award together. If either one of them was to win, they both have to win the award, but there's something on the pages that he ate that we're unaware of, and that's going to be critical to what's going on. And weirdly enough, you want to know a certain little parallel here is in this House of Dreams. We were talking about that earlier today. Thomas Zane comes to Samantha Wells in a dream and explains to her what happened during his final dive. He wrote a final poem and then dove into the lake. And as he passed down, the light and bright presences rose up and took the form of himself and the form of Barbara. But he refers to it as the words of his secret poem. And Alan just said that my secret words, my secret page. They're referring to those missing words in similar ways. Anyways, let's get on with the game, but like, there's that is a crucial piece that went over my head the first run through.
I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Inside this messy maze of blood trails I was chasing the cult through,
Max Payne reference.
I ran into the filmmaker, Thomas Zane. An esoteric bohemian with a hard-on for acts of cruelty performed in the name of occult nonsense. A director wants to control every aspect of the world in their films. Is the cult leader any different? Was Zane just another alias for Scratch? There was a rumor that Wake and Zane had been working on something together. I was going to get the truth out of Zane with whatever means necessary.
So just letting everyone know, once we finish this run of Final Draft, we will be playing through the Max Payne 1 and 2 in honor of James McCaffrey's passing. I didn't intend to do that, but we're going to be doing it. Did you guys catch that reference there, though? The maze of blood trails. And if you know Max Payne 1, you know the blood maze, the blood trail sections. Alright, so we're going to head back into the ocean view real quick. Hopefully we don't get attacked. Alright, let's get in here. I was told that after Masks we come back here. And they said there was something set up for the next Dr. Darling video.
Zane's room, 665, was upstairs. The elevator would take me there.
After Zane, copy that. Alright, real quick, I just want to check something. We do have words of stuff. I forgot to do this. Mark all resources and points of interest. There we go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And one other thing I wanted to double check. Radio, Torchbearer's Echo. Echoes of Draft 2. And then right there we got Quid Pro Quo. Actually, the Thomas Zane was part of the first one. And we forgot to grab this other... Let's grab this other Echo real quick, because this is supposed to be part of Draft 2. I noticed it when we were walking up, and I forgot to grab it at the end of the previous stream. Great. Can't... Get out of here. Damn. Okay, you know what? I don't want to deal with this guy. Screw all of you. Go away. I'm just trying to look at an Echo, guys. You don't have to just mob me right now. I just lost a lot of batteries.
Had I chosen to pursue the cult, or had they chosen me for some unknowable purpose? To be a demon, to sort the clues based on my interpretation, to change that which I observed. It was all a play. Shadows on the wall of the cave, an echo of the true events that happened somewhere else. Was I there to watch the shadows, or was I a shadow too? In a performance set up for someone else.
And there we go. We got some Plato's Allegory of the Cave. We got more shadow play text right there. Now, there is a little thing I want to point out that I find really interesting, everyone. Let me get into the safe room real quick. So, the imagery of the echoes brings a couple things to mind, and I'm gonna pull this up real quick on my browser, and we're gonna go take a look at this. So I'm gonna go to YouTube. Okay, Secret Dylan Scene Control AWE DLC. So there's the Dylan Easter egg. So this is 35 seconds, 36 second. Hold on, let's back up. 32. Okay, we're gonna do this first, and then there is a second one. And all altered items control. Where are you? There you are. I don't remember which one it was. Okay, there we go. All right, guys. So we're going to look at a couple things real quick. So let's switch over to the regular cam. All right. So here is the secret scene with Dylan after the AEW DLC and after the game. Jesse goes back into his containment cell and kind of like looks into his head, and he sees a lot of visions. And she's seeing some of his dreams. So we're going to look at a couple of these. So here's one of them that's not relevant. This one right here. So Dylan visualizes this scene of a dull light that's behind this right here. So this is basically just going to be a lunar eclipse, but the imagery is almost identical to how the echoes function in this game, which I find really, really interesting. But then we also have this document right here of the Ocelot Anchor altered item. The item generates a persistent blank sphere, the purpose of which is currently unknown. This sphere is always generated at a precise point, blah, 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 blah. I think there's also another section of this that says more. Hold on. Anchor supplement. Okay, witnesses describe it as a black sphere with faint light behind it. A black sphere with faint light behind it. The echoes have the exact same imagery as well. Exactly, it looks like an echo. Hey there, Adek, thank you so much for the donation, buddy. Shout out to Zane's Leather Pants. Oh, yes, we're going to be seeing some more of that very, very show. Is it a solar? I always get this mixed up. I thought lunar was when the moon went over the sun. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Yeah, a dark sphere with a faint light behind it. So that's a solar eclipse. Okay, so I got those twisted around backwards then. That's perfectly fine. But the thing is with the Ocelot's anchor is that the ship that it was discovered on, the White Ocelot, started to rust prematurely, almost like it was being aged in fast forward. Now, if what their Ocelot is summoning is an echo, what does it have to do with how time functions? Just an interesting little tidbit about how the echoes are portrayed in this game that ties back to other parts of the Remedyverse. And I did not mention it in my recent video, which I'm shooting myself in the foot for not, but there's no confirmation that this is even relevant, but it's definitely similar imagery. Amelia, we're gonna have to go back and play the Anchor boss fight again, and then I can answer that question, but I do not recall off the top of my head. Lunar eclipse is when the moon is in Earth's shadow. Okay, gotcha. Apparently astronomy is not my forte, and I do not know what I'm talking about. Which begs the question, can echoes manifest themselves into reality? And not just a thing in the dark place? As someone who studied jazz piano for about a little over 15 years, this elevator music is lovely. The full Chapter Songs album, I'm pretty sure, if there's songs that are not in this game, then no. I've only listened to the songs that are in the game. Alright, let's do this. The piano sounds off-key. No, it's not that it's off-key. So that's actually using flat nines, their original type. So a lot of the jazz is centered around controlled use of dissonance. So it's intended that you have that kind of like flat nine dissonance involved in there, as long as you separate it. So let's just say if you played like a C and a D flat right next to each other, it's very obvious. But if you play a D flat and then raise up the octave to the C, even though they're the exact same notes, they don't sound like they clash as much because they're separated by the spacings. But anyways. But yeah, controlled use of dissonance is a staple of jazz.
Something told me Zane wouldn't be happy to see me this time.
All right, and again, we're going into a film, because remember, anytime we go from this kind of a projector, a film projector, and we interact with this, we are entering the film that was recorded on this. So who knows when this happened? We don't know when this event occurred as a result of being pre-recorded.
I'm in control now. The second you try anything, I will shoot you in the head. Scratch wrote return, not me. You're a fucking liar.
You'd given up. You stopped writing. You said it was too dangerous, that we didn't deserve to get out. And then he showed up. Scratch. He promised to write. To get me the hell out of here. He was magnificent. A visionary. I mean, it was art. But then, when it finished, it took a return and left me behind.
It's still here, and so is he.
I know I fucked up. But you can still catch him before he gets out, before he gets to your wife. And when you get to him, don't hesitate. Kill the bastard for what he did to us. There's a murder site in my cinema where my film Nightless Night is playing.
I told you not to try anything!
Oh, mercy. Thousands have gone missing, beyond the labyrinth of me. When you're lost in your own company. And cut! Oh. Now that is drama.
What the fuck? I had a million questions about Zane, but I had more pressing concerns.
All right, so interesting thing about this scene is Zane is totally playing him right here. So he's telling Alan's like, hey, yeah, Scratch stole the manuscript and he's changing things right now. And don't give him a moment. Just second you find him, just shoot him. Just end it all right now. So what's going to happen is the second that Alan walks into the writer's room and finds himself, he basically, Zane is gaslighting him into just not thinking rationally and just immediately shooting. He wants the edits to stop. This is Zane's attempt to force Alan C to stop the edits of Alan B. This is 100% a manipulation for the purpose of ending the edits. Which, again, Alan A writing Return with Zane means that's the way that they want things to play out. And because of the interference of Alan B, it's not working that way, so he manipulates Alan C to end the edits of Alan B. Well, the Labyrinth of Me, weirdly enough, is a book of poetry that Zane wrote, and it's referenced back in the first game. So when Alan ends up in Bird's Leg Cabin, he finds a shoebox full of poems by Thomas Zane, and one of them is Labyrinth of Me. That being said, though, let me pull this up real quick, because we can get a list of all of Zane's poetry. So Thomas Zane, Alan Wake Wiki. Let's pull this up real quick. Where are you? Where are you? There we go. All right, let's switch on back to the monitor. So these are the ones we know of, the books. The Labyrinth of Me, which is what he's referring to. The Temple of Shadow and Mist. So this is most likely referring to Niflheim, which is kind of a stand-in for the Dark Place in this. In her dreams to prevail. Now, we don't know who the her is in this scenario. We know that Tom visited Samantha Wells in her dreams, so that might be it. Who knows? And then kept from sleep, that's obviously sounds like awake. Kept from sleep, Alan Wake, awake. But anyways. And it's also mentioned in this House of Dreams. You're 100% right, Mr. Higgs Boson. So there's a lot of poetry in this House of Dreams, but we're not going to really get into that right now, because I plan to do a full breakdown of the poetry found there. Alright, let's head back downstairs.
I had to find the movie theater Poets Cinema. The next murder site was there. Zane had created the film in tandem with Return to escape the Dark Place.
What do you mean by, Pantheon, what do you mean by cigarette burns? Are you saying that the echoes look like cigarette burns? Like, I'm still under the impression the filmmaker, Zane, is not the same thing. Mostly, because the reason why I don't trust the filmmaker version of Zane, because even though they're trying to say this is the original version, is because of Jesse. Jesse specifically remembers him as a poet, and only after interacting with the spiral door and witnessing Alan does all out of nowhere her memory change to being, oh no, he was a filmmaker. That's memory alteration. We see that happen in Alan's story throughout this entire game. So it's a new memory, which means it's an altered memory.
Time as a linear construct does not apply to this place.
Yep.
I mean, is it because I never truly believed that was time's true nature and this place is reacting to my thoughts, or some other more fundamental reason? I don't know. That said, to the best of my calculations, subjectively, this is my day 665. That's a long time. I have explored every conceivable avenue of research, exhausted every scientific method of investigation I know. It's all dead ends. I feel like I need something else. Something else entirely. Some mad, creative mindset to help me. I'm not a scientist, an artist. This is a place for an artist.
Oh, God.
Hey, man, how you doing? Hello. Darling, Dr. Casper Darling, it is so good to meet you. Well, hello, darling. I'm Tom. Tom.
This is so cool.
You look familiar. Well, you sound familiar. Hold on. You work out a lot, don't you? I mean, look at you. You're swole. Well, I am active. Yeah. You wouldn't happen to know a way out of here, would you? A drink? Oh, cheers. Gibbous.
Gibbous.
You know what? You and I, we should join forces. Come up with a plan for escape. Art and science combined to form an unstoppable force. Yes. 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 We have to start to methodically test and eliminate various works of art within bounds of which you could widely
That's not good. This is not good. Well, no, like, Isaac, like, I mentioned this before. The reason why it's acting in this way is because that's how Alan's mind works, so therefore it's reflecting it. Okay, the question is, when did this happen? Okay, so he mentioned that it's day 665, so we can grab a calculator real quick. Where's my calculator? 665 minus 365. So this is exactly 1 year and 300 days after Darling vanished into, went into the Hedron chamber and was blasted away. Which would put this roughly, I want to say the beginning of autumn, end of summer 2021. Because Darling had essentially already entered the Hedron chamber around the time that Jesse, or maybe before the time Jesse first arrived in the oldest house, which I believe, what was that, September or October of 2019? So if we're jumping forward a year and 300 days, so it's a year and 10 months. From there, you're looking at the end of summer 2021 is when this was recorded. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen Masters of Horror Pantheon, so I don't know what you're referring to on that. The thing is like, we keep, like, going off on this thing is like, oh, well, the collaboration between Tom here and Dr. Darling is what created Alan. But remember, you cannot create something out of nothing. That's not how it works. You can't just create a brand new person. But it is very interesting to have the face of Zane and the voice of Darling. There's... Yeah, a lot of that scene was just like like a lot of inside jokes. Oh, I like the way you sound because that's the voice actor, and the way they're reacting to each other. It must be so crazy for Matthew and Ilka to be able to act in a scene together for this series, considering they have kind of been joined at the hip the entire time. Oh, gosh. And the whole him commenting on his physique is because everyone was so shocked when Darling took his shirt off in Control. They're like, holy crap, that dude is fit. Which, weirdly enough, if there's a collaboration between Zane... Hold on. Let's walk into the safe room real quick, and then we'll talk more. Okay, art and science, art and science. So we do have Quantum Break as a thing. Wouldn't it be crazy? Because, like, Quantum Break seems like something that would come out of the mind of Darling. No, we're going to watch it again for sure, Robin. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, we will. Guys, don't worry about it. We will rewatch the video. I'm just trying to get all my ideas out of my head at the moment. Hold on, my dog's... Give me a second, guys. My dog's doing his... Oh my god, there's a rabbit outside. One moment. No, we're not going to listen to any... Like, okay, question, Osama Hamdan. Where did the songs for Night Springs come from? Is that something that's supposed to be in the Night Springs DLC? Did, like, people rip that out of the game files? Because if so, I don't want to listen to it, because that's going to be spoilers for Night Springs. There's a major question, Dr. Kim of QB. What happened to his body in the oldest house? The body... No, the oldest house did not take Dr. Kim's body, because those are two completely separate universes, and Dr. Kim's body just dissolved back into the ether. I mean, he is a shifter, so it's... The body's meaningless, to be 100%. He went back into the infinite. No, I will, for a sec. I'll get back to rewatching the video, guys. I just want to get all these ideas out of my head before we proceed further. It's on the album. Which album? All the songs for... Okay, I'll check it out later. We're not going to do it on stream, though. PDX_Jake, thank you so much, dude, for the donation, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Loving the streaming tonight. Yep, absolutely. We're doing well over here. It's the final. So there's one extra track. Okay. It just seems weird that we're getting that information dropped early. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this a second time now that we got that. Oh yeah, he...
Time as a linear construct does not apply to
okay.
this place. I mean, is it because I never truly believed that was time's true nature and this place was reacting to my thoughts, or some other more fundamental reason? I don't know. That said, to the best of my calculations, subjectively, this is my day 665. It's a long time. I have explored.
And then he meets Zane at 666. Yeah.
Exhausted every scientific method of investigation I know. It's all dead ends. And I feel like I need something else. Something else entirely. Some mad, creative mindset to help me. Not a scientist, an artist. This is a place for an artist. Oh. Hey, man, how you doing? Hello. Darling, Dr. Casper Darling, it is so good to meet you. Well, hello, darling. I'm Tom. Tom Zane. Have we met? You look familiar. Well, you sound familiar. Hold on. You work out a lot, don't you? I mean, look at you. You're swole. Well, I am active. Yeah. You wouldn't happen to know a way out of here, would you? A drink? Oh, cheers. Keep it. You know what? You and I, we should join forces. Come up with a plan for escape. Art and science combine to form an unstoppable force. Yes. 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 We have to start to methodically test and eliminate various works of art within the bounds.
I'm with you on that, Ghost Tempo. Who taught Ilkavilli the word swole in the first place? That just seems irresponsible. So, Darling is probably just extremely ecstatic to see anybody, because he's probably been alone for nearly 2 years in subjective time down here in the dark place. So, he's probably just like, oh my god, there's another person, thank you, hello, nice to meet you, you know what I mean? Yeah, and Tom is just sitting there like, oh, someone I can manipulate, yeah, So, Ludgero, I don't get what you mean by... You see Ikla is now the face of Zane in Cynthia's photos. I mean, that's always been the case. It's not anything different. That doesn't really mean much, though. And again, like, I really don't want to talk about Zane much because there's really no point. We don't have the information we need. all we're doing is talking about trying to solve an equation when you're missing half the variables. I really have no idea. Because the thing is, you can almost make the argument that when these two met at the Day 665 and started collaborating, that's when Alan Wake 2 really started to go into production in a meta way. Well, the thing is, in Ludgero, is that in House of Dreams, we didn't see his face whatsoever. The faces were blocked out. There was ink that covered the faces, so we never actually saw what they looked like. So if we want to, I'll actually pull that up right now. Give me a second. This House of Dreams blogger. Let me see if I can find the shoebox photos real quick. Introduction, tour of the house, first night, toys in the attic, shoebox poems, shoebox dreams, shoebox... No, I don't want shoebox poems. Shoebox photos, there we go. Granted, this, like, separate from everything, this does look like a different actor, but that doesn't really mean much at the time. So this is the photo we get of Barbara and Tom back in this House of Dreams blog, but all the faces are blocked out. It's obviously not the same actor, but the point is you don't know who they are. Their faces aren't filled in. Hey, good night, Isaac. Take it easy, dude. But the thing is Ludgero, is we also have to take into account that recasts happen quite often in this game. I mean, we have the original Saga Anderson versus the new Saga Anderson. Like, that kind of stuff doesn't really mean much about changes in actor. Especially when it comes to film, because within films, which is Zane's domain, you can change the face at any time. That's not Cynthia, that's supposed to be Barbara. Like, honestly, Max, like, we can sit here for all day and talk about theories on Zane, and we're not going to get anywhere, so I'm just going to move on. Like, legitimately, it's just weird. There's nothing we can do at this point in the game about riddling this out, in my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but personally, I don't think there's really much we can do.
I could see the searchlight beams of the movie theater on the far side of the plaza.
Where'd he go? Again, like I said, we're trying to solve an equation when half the variables haven't been defined yet. Perfect. Oh, he's still alive. Alright, let's try to hopefully we can get some ammo here. 357. Yep, let's take you. And let's take you. And get right. pistol ammo. Yes, come to me. Keep me loaded. Shit! Oh god, that one actually made me jump. Screw you, buddy. Are you making a collectibles video like you did for Control? Well, it'll be different than what I'm doing with Control. Are you talking about, like, doing something similar to the Archivist for this game? Because, no, I'm not going to be doing something like that for this one, but I will be talking about collectibles and, like, standalone videos. Shoot. Shoot. Hi there. Get out of here. I know that one's real. Alright. I mean, like, I still will be doing all the Night Springs stuff once we get to that phase. I think there's probably, like, at least 3 or 4 more Night Springs things I can do, but the problem is we don't have videos of them, so the format will be a little bit different.
Hey, Alan. It's good to see another sane face.
Not sure how sane I'm feeling. Be careful out there, Tim. If you see me, make sure it's really me, not some psycho wearing my face.
Sounds like you've been having a rough go. I've been there. The missing time, the aliens.
Wait, what's this about aliens?
Oh, I was just convinced that everything going on with me was because of aliens. Abductions, signals beamed into my head, that kind of thing. Now I know it's been Door all along. I haven't ruled out him being an alien, though.
He just loves aliens at this point. I mean, like, Lake House DLC, because of the naming scheme, very likely has to do with the FBC facility called the Lake House, which, according to Estevez in this, was went dark and it's kind of been overtaken. So most likely it's dealing with whatever happened with the Lake House building. But Night Springs is where we're going to get most of our answers.
Missing time?
It's the same thing I've been saying. The dreams. Sometimes I wake up in a completely different place, missing entire days. I have no idea what happened, but I'm trying to find out. Things always get better if you just keep moving forward, Alan.
So I didn't see it, Ludgera, but if there is any spoilers in chat, Draco, go ahead and say something. Because as of right now, when it comes to the DLCs, the only thing I know is the titles, and I have my suppositions based upon that. Alright, so the new add-ons for this one are just going to be the polyhedrons, which are the platonic solids. Again, we have this one, which is both the CFR, and it is represented somewhere else. The Sterling 8 in AWE. This one, we don't really see much in. This one, right here, was seen as a UFO, or like a thing of light that Timbreaker kind of followed over Cauldron Lake. This one right here, as much as we'd like to say this pyramid is symbolic of the board, it's not. The board is a square pyramid. It has 4 sides. This one has 3 sides. Different shape entirely. So geometry, pure mathematical shapes contain energy, a vessel, a weapon, an object of great power. The red. The thing is, I haven't seen it, Adic, so from my point of view, if I don't know something about something, even if it's public. I mean, it's fair for you guys, but I'm not going to read the comment, because I kind of don't want to know. I mean, there was like 2 trailers for Alan Wake 2 that came out before the game, and I didn't watch either of them, because I didn't want to know anything. Even though it's public information, I intentionally avoided it. But that's just me, so for everyone else, it's whatever. Not a big deal. No, a cone would not be a platonic solid, Amelia. At all.
Awake.
Hi, guys. Oh, you shit! Fuck you. Go away. That dude literally just smacked me in the back of the head. You, sir, are a dick. There we go.
They say God made us in his image. Just like us, he is an uncaring, cruel son of a bitch. Having made it in heaven, he doesn't want us there, dirtying up all that nice white upholstery. And he doesn't want to reach down to help us. He gets his kicks just binge-watching us struggling, hurting, killing, dying, screwing it up again and again. Lazily stirring it up when things threaten to get too placid. This city is only here to satisfy his sick, voyeuristic pleasure.
I mean, if we're using this to transfer over to Thomas Zane, I mean, good drama, right? I mean, it's kind of an Eastern philosophy about the nature of reality and why there's strife in the world, because guess what? It's good drama. Stir the pot a little bit, because if things get too boring, then you need some drama tossed in. Let's be real. Would we watch a movie that's about an hour and a half of a dude eating a sandwich? No, because there's nothing interesting there. You need to have the drama. Oh, jeez. Go away. And guess what? Full health. Boom! Solution. Alright, words of aid. Increase hand flares effect and duration by 2 seconds. Honestly, that's probably going to be more useful than the painkiller. You know what? Staying alive is more important right now, because this is the last section. As soon as we're done with the Poet's Theater, there's no more combat on Alan's side, so we kind of just have to survive this. Alright, let's grab a few things over here and then check that part out. I ride and I write and I write. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of their dialogue is just changing to match what's on the most recent Writer's Journey video. Absolutely nothing. Great. Okay.
Something kept me going. A broken man. No hope, no prospects, no love. Too stubborn to die. Like a cockroach with a misguided sense of honor and justice in a city where there can never be justice.
That was a short one. Okay, let's see what we got over here. What the hell? I've already gotten these ones. I think the map's glitched because I've already collected these 3, technically. And then there is... Oh, yeah, that's right. There is another cache over here. Yeah, every time we hear these echoes, I'm just like... It's reminding me, and I'm not happy about it. There we go. Forgot to reload. Let's go. Alright, let's do this.
Please enjoy the film, sir.
here we go. Dungeon 3.
The cinema lobby was a gateway to other realities on the silver screen. I could set a scene here.
I like it. Maybe it's just me that I grew up playing stuff like Legend of Zelda, but I really love the structure of Alan's side of the story, where you have the overworld and then you have the underworld dungeon sections like this and the freaking hotel and the subway station. It's just really freaking cool. Alright, so we got 2 words of power up here, which I'm not going to get this one yet until we... need it, because we're going to save a lot of these until we need health, but it's like up... there it is. Yeah, it's right up there. And then we have another one that's up on the second story. Similarities between the lobby and the lobby of the oldest house. I don't see any similarities between this lobby and the oldest house. I mean, they're both lobbies for sure, but in terms of the layout of the rooms, they're not the same in any way. Oh, it's up there. It's up on the second floor. You were surprised you like Saga's side more? Like, the only thing I would say on Saga's side is it felt more like a true open world in a sense, where you just had a huge overworld. I would argue that Valhalla was the closest thing to a dungeon she had, where the first 2 sections are more just open world, overworld explorations. I just love the clear delineation at Alan's side between the overworld and underworld.
I felt like I'd been on this case looking for the cult of the word for a lifetime or more. The only case I'd ever been on. They would surface from the dark with their depraved acts of violence and fade back into the night, leaving behind bloody crime scenes and clues heavy with obscure meanings that led nowhere. Arriving at the cinema, I felt a monumental, terrifying revelation trembling before me, ready to open its jaws and swallow me whole.
This place had significance to the cult. There was something to use there.
Alright, here we go. And there's going to be one right there as well. So yes, that's the one that's upstairs. And we will save those for when we need it. Because frankly, we really don't need a lot of upgrades at the moment.
The question, how do you run from an idea, from a thought, from a story that lives in your head? You can't escape your fears. You carry your monsters with you. The devil runs back, it's in you. You're running right back to it. A loop. I have to stop. Stop running. Stop writing. A loop, in another word. It's too dangerous. Only horror comes out of it. People get hurt. I'll let the currents of this ocean wash me away. But what if I forget why I stopped? What if I forget I stopped at all? That is fucked up. If that happens, I'll start writing again.
Did I stop writing at some point?
Yep.
I can't stop. There's too much at stake.
And that happened before the situation with Thomas Zane. So the stop writing occurred before he started collaborating. So now we got to figure out where's Alan Zero. Or, yeah, let's just say Alan Zero. Echoes of Draft 3, cases. Let's go ahead and clean all those boys up.
The main event was the murder. I had to find my way to it.
Nightless night, Casey would lead me to the murder site. I found more visions of inspiration. To write a new Casey story, it needed to be darker to get me there. Dark film can change reality, affect Return. So he's questioning if the film can affect how Return plays out, meaning that Tom's narrative is influencing how Return plays out. Okay. So I'm going to do this twice because I like the reveal. Oh, by the way, don't you guys find this lovely? It's Zane's special surprise party box. Alright. Anticipation before the event transports you to another reality. Isn't that technically true, though? When you go to a movie theater and you sit down and watch the silver screen, you kind of are transported into another reality, the reality of the film, for that brief point in time until the lights turn back on and then you're back to the real world. This was the cult's lair. They didn't bother to hide it.
The first step toward the murder site. I was making progress.
Ooh, my neck just snapped. That felt lovely. Alright. So, somebody got hit here, and that got dragged into the back. But in order to get back there, we're going to have to pull that and then walk behind the counter. Okay, am I crazy here? Because it just showed me 9mm handgun ammo. It should be the 357 Magnum ammo. I think the textures are getting messed up here because this is the 9mm is what Saga uses, and I've been getting 357 rounds the entire time up until this one. And it seems like they changed the skin. That seems wrong. Anyways. And look, I've already gotten this one. I've already gotten that echo, but it's still showing that it's on the board, but whatever.
Someone had barricaded themselves in the room.
And I'm not actually in the room, damn it. I need to be standing a little bit further back. Well, no, it's not that about the updates, James. I mean, literally about 20 minutes ago, we picked up 357 rounds. So it's not like it's an update. It's literally just happened within this stream while we were actively playing. Like, you can literally just rewind the stream and you'll see that we were getting 357.
Do you a lot of good to talk, buddy.
Guys, okay, I'm just going to pause real quick. Guys, don't worry about it. Stop. Just leave it alone when it comes to what Master Morden was posting about. Just, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. We can just stop the conversation right now.
It was an initiation ceremony. Or so we made our new members believe. Two of New York's finest. They had performed endless favors to earn their place among us. We had something special waiting for them. And something very special for you, Alex Casey.
Who's your leader? Alan Wake? Scratch? Zane? Give me a name!
You will meet him soon enough.
There was no end to the corruption. It fit the genre, so I'd use it.
Alrighty, so now we have Ilmo playing the role of a cult member. Weirdly enough, very appropriate. Okay. And now we can switch this over to the New York's finest. They had gathered behind the doors for the rite of initiation. Come on. See, there we go. Okay, let's see if we can remove some of the ammo. Because I want to keep 12 total, so let's remove 7. Beautiful. And we still have... Let's grab some extra flare gun ammo. Just to stay safe. And I don't need you. Because really, this is the section where we're going to be blowing through our flare gun ammo. Because we have more than we need. Way more than we need. This is a really cool theater. Oh, by the way, public service announcement. Don't leave your popcorn all over the place. Someone has to clean that up. That's just rude.
The urban legends circling Thomas Zane were a bottomless rabbit hole. I'd done some digging. To film freaks, he was a mythic auteur in the art house cinema. A rising star coming to America from Finland. But he only created one film, Tom the Poet, before he went missing, mirroring the vanishing of the main character in the movie, played by himself. The biggest mystery was around his lost film, an early work made in Finland, Nightless Night, rumored to have mystic properties. Some claimed it was a snuff film, that the ritual murder in the film was an actual murder. There were no known surviving copies, but the cult chased it as if it were their unholy grail, just like Wake's books were.
Oh, Jesus! You, sir, are a dick. Asshole. Alright, is Theater Hall. Where we watch it happen, the voyeurs of horror, the world projected. And again, like, I can't help but having flashbacks to the slide projector object of power from Control. I just can't help it. Cult of the word. Reverently, the cult prepared for the final viewing. And that is... Whoa!
La La Land, you. Following your master into La La Land. A sad bunch of clowns in funny masks and hoods, pretending to be a secret society.
Maybe it is you who's playing a role, Mr. Casey. A role carefully laid out for you. A puppet blindly performing the ritual steps for the glory of the cult. Huh?
What the fuck have you been smoking?
Nightless Night. A clip of the lost film survived. You will see, Mr. Casey. In the Nightless Night, you will finally see.
Nightless Night was Zane's film. It played a role in this story.
Oh. Hello there. Yeah, this is definitely a bug regarding the skin for the ammo. Like, it doesn't do anything gameplay-wise, it's just noticeable. The Art Deco lights in the theater. I keep hearing that term thrown around. I don't know what that means. I know it's a style of architecture, but I don't know anything past that. Boom. New York's finest. Now we're switching it to clip of the lost film. Yoop. Bam. You to you. Nightless night.
A film that was a ritual. Literal movie magic. In a theater that hailed from a time when there was still magic in the silver screen.
Ha! That's a comment, alright. And personally, I don't think we switched this to the New York's finest. Oh no, I did. We did. So we're just going to leave this right here for now. Just even like going from here to here to here, it just gives me the impression of fractal patterns. Same thing on Saga's side of the story. So it's a style that's made to feel like it's futuristic. Okay.
It was using darkness as a weapon.
Screw you, sir. Alright. Clip of the lost film. The light projected a teaser of the dark sequence. Oh wait, hold on. Let's not do this yet. We want to do New York's finest. We haven't done New York's finest yet. Oh, Jesus! I can't even see what's happening. I can't see what's happening. And I'm out of ammo. Jeez. These guys really don't like me. I mean, these guys need to learn, don't follow me, otherwise you're gonna get a flare gun to the face. Alright, here we go. Thornton and Mulligan were brought up here and sacrificed, unfortunately. The New York, the NYPD versions. It's not Thornton and Mulligan, it's two NYPD detectives being played by Thornton and Mulligan. That are responsible for this. And then after they killed them, they dragged their bodies up here. And there's their badges.
The cops had gotten their 15 minutes of fame with the cult, and it had been a scream. They were the murder victims. I had to find a way into the projection booth somehow.
I haven't seen Inland Empire by David Lynch Batman. I haven't seen basically anything by Lynch except for... I can't even really think of it. I'm very familiar with him, I've just never seen his work. Okay, I have a thought on Zane, but we'll talk about it shortly.
Zane's lamp on the screen had no light. I could transfer the light in my lamp to his. The light of the lamp shone out of the screen and revealed the door.
So in this point, Alan is giving the light to Zane in his form.
I'm lost in it.
I was back out into the night. The seedy alley away from prying eyes was a good scene for dark deeds.
Good scene for dark deeds. You got that right. I have not seen The Mouth of Madness either. There's a lot of stuff that I need to go through, and I plan to incorporate it into the Remedy book club that we're doing. And speaking of which, if anyone is a patron, I'd like to chat with you guys. I want to wonder if you guys have picked up the book that we're working on right now, and if you've started reading it yet. I'd love to discuss it with you. But I do plan on doing a full video on anything we touch on the Remedy book club. But that will probably be something we do closer to the end of the month. The way the light sources have tracker reminds me of how the chronon sources worked in Quantum Break. I think it's a similar sound effect now that you mention it. Alright, so here's a thought that I had originally when we first watched Utenu about Zane playing the role of Alan Wake, and after the ritual where they sacrifice Casey, he rises from it, and the impression I got while watching it the first time was that Zane was trying to replace Alan and assume his role so that he can carry out the story that should have been played out by Alan himself. And then we have the scene earlier on in the stream where Zane's strapped to the chair and he's trying to swap back and forth between Alan and himself. I'm getting more of the impression that Zane in his film and what he's doing with Darling is less that they are the originator of Alan, but more that Zane is trying to make it appear as though he is the originator of Alan so that he can assume the role of Alan Wake, and when Wake does eventually get out, Zane gets out in his skin. Does that make sense? Because if these stories are overlapping, Zane has been shown to take advantage of the work of other artists. We already see that here. And is it so out of the question that he would create a narrative where he is the original piece and then play the role, he's the creator of Alan, play the role of Alan, and then usurp him so that when he does get out eventually, Zane gets out instead of Alan? Like, I'm not saying that's how this is working, but it seems similar. Especially if us as the audience, because remember, us as the players and the audience of this story, we play a role with the narrative in a weird meta way. So the more we believe that, oh, look, because everything right now is pointing to Zane coming into contact with Dr. Darling, and the two of them create the concept of Alan Wake. The two of them working together makes this concept. Oh, I'll use my face, you use your voice, we'll make a new character with both of our ideas merged together, and boom. And the more we believe in that, the more we make it real. In a weird meta sense, which is what the Dark Place feeds on in the first place. Yeah, kind of like a reverse actor. Instead of a person assuming the role, he turns a person into the role that he is playing. The thing is, because like Zane throughout this whole thing just seems opportunistic. He's finding other people there to basically do the dirty work for him, and they have the whole scenario with Utenu where he says, "Oh, well, this was a story I wrote this when I was back in Finland," and then it mirrors stuff that happens in Alan's writing a lot. And Tom the Poet. Oh, no, it's not that this is the case, it's that I originally wrote this. And remember, in the poster for Tom the Poet, it says at the bottom, inspired by work by Alan Wake. it just feels like he's trying to plagiarize Alan in a certain way, and through the act of plagiarism, he assumes his identity. No, Darling... Gosh. I can't say much on Darling, because we're under the impression, because of the videos we have of him here, that after he went into the Hedron chamber and after he was blasted out, he apparently came here, is what we're being led to believe. So he's his own individual. I don't know. I mean, I'd presume, to be 100% honest, that... Okay, here's another question. What if the name Alan Wake is a pseudonym for the writer? That his name actually isn't Alan Wake. I don't know. Like, I'm just... Full transparency, I'm really resisting the idea that Zane is the origin of Alan as a character. I don't want to believe it, so I'm trying to find loopholes to explain it, and frankly, I like my story better. Like, would it be too much to say that Zane, in and of himself, is a plagiarist? Actually, Tyler, there's an interesting thing about the old gods calling him Tom. So, if we go to the Dark Ocean Summoning, in the lyrics, they say we're going to call him by his name and summon him forth. I'm paraphrasing here. And they use the phrase, a land awake. So a land is in the land, and a wake, which is a ocean term. So they're specifically using the term Alan Wake to call upon Alan. They don't say, Tom, we're summoning you forth. They're calling forth Alan Wake. So they know that there's a difference. Anyways, let's get going, because I can literally sit here forever and rant. And I'll be 100% honest, that's behind a lot of where I'm going with the Zane stuff, is I don't want to believe that. And is that irrational? Possibly. But I'll be honest. Alright, let's look at all three of these.
I had to keep working on the story.
Okay, the cult dumps their trash here. Cult of the word. The cultists were driven mad by fanatical beliefs. Okay, so this is the one that...
Someone had fallen to their death from the rooftop.
Okay, we played this to get the scene. Okay, interesting thing here is this place overlaps with Coffee World and the Hutwire Well. And this is the overlap for the Hutwire Well. You hear people down there? The NYPD detectives, played by Thornton and Mulligan, threw people down there. And it's, by the sounds of it, it's still alive. New York's finest.
You don't think they're gonna want us to, like, cut off a finger or something for this initiation, do you?
Nah. I'm sure we'll just chant some ceremonial stuff. Nothing to it.
Well, it's about time. We paid our dues. Made plenty of their problems disappear. Dumped all those nobodies down that chute.
What we did or didn't do, it's all behind us now. We're going straight to the top, partner.
Yep, like we died and went to heaven.
So is there cut like, I don't know what the cut dialogue is, Master Morden, and I'm presuming that that's related to this. I don't know. Exactly, Henry. Zane plus Darling equals Alan seems too in the face, like something they're trying to make you believe it. Yeah, 100%. And if it's on a TV screen, it's entirely possible. Like, I don't know. I don't want to make that assertion that anything on a TV is going to be a Zane thing, because then there's the Alice factor into that equation. Or let's make one more change before we come back to this. Clip of the lost film. A film was made to be played in a place like this. That's because they're not Emilio. They're played by Thornton and Mulligan, who are sheriff deputies in Washington. But they're playing the roles of these two NYPD detectives. They're actors, so to speak.
In the city trapped in eternal night, they watch the film where the night never arrives, where the night hides in your mind.
Or the night, oh god, yep, and that's gonna be more Max Payne stuff right there because it's always nighttime. All right, interesting thing here. So it's played by Thomas Sain and Veiko Allen. I don't know, but the interesting thing I want to focus on here is it's Ilmari Hotari is playing the role of that one character. It's not Ilmo Koskolo, it's Ilmari. So even here, they're trying to make the comparisons. Now, remember, there's the manuscript page that we find, I think we already did, where Ilmo mentions that he was having dreams of himself as Ilmari Hotari killing his brother Yako. And when he woke up, he's like, no, that's not happening. And basically what was happening is the story was trying to force him to overlap with the character of Ilmari for the second overlap the saga went through.
Find the answer on the plot board.
But he refused to do so. That's important. He refused to become Ilmari in that scenario. So instead, the story went onwards and found more Thornton and Mulligan instead to play the roles of the Hotari brothers. Now, that being said, in Zane's film, it's not Ilmo, it's Ilmari, almost, but it still has the same actor as Ilmo, meaning that Zane just ignored that entire point of the story. A literary frenzy. I don't really think that the translation between different languages bears any kind of relevance. I think it's the intention behind it. I forgot which video I talked about this, but I look at language as kind of symbols and archetypes, where the archetype is the intention behind something, and the symbol is the physical way we represent that intention. And words are a great thing, because we have various words. Let's just say one, for example. We have one, we have uno, we have один in Russian, we have I forgot what it was in French, but like everyone has a different symbol to represent the concept of one. But the concept, the archetype, the intention behind it is really what's relevant. Oh, I actually am gonna have to. Never mind. I thought there's a way to get around this, but whatever. I wonder who's on the radio. Because technically speaking, Alan does get messages from reality through radios and television sets. Oh, yeah, on. Sorry. And the funny thing is, I took French in high school, and for some reason, I was just blanking. On the yeah, so I know how to count in French. My mind blanked right there.
Straight to the top. The dirty cops looked down at the city. Their city. They had committed repulsive deeds to get there. They told themselves it was worth it.
And this narrator is the one that's sitting in the writer's room right now. Well, it depends, Master Morden. Is what was cut in the dialogue spoil anything in the future, or is it just recontextualizes stuff that we've already seen? Okay. Okay, there we go. Central area. Because I know that in American Nightmare, Alan was getting radio broadcasts from Eddie Rodman, who was a basically hosting a Night Springs radio show. But in it, he was able to hear Barry and the Old Gods and Odin and Tor Anderson on it. He also got some information regarding Alice's film because Serena Valdivia was on the radio with Eddie Rodman as well. I think its name is Eddie Rodman. I could be wrong. But he's a radio broadcaster specifically for Night Springs. Alright. Let's circle around and find... get to the last breaker scene. And before we do that, let's stop, look up, and grab that. Boom. Beautiful. Words of Lamp. Now we have maxed Words of Lamp out. So really we need one more Words of Aid, one more Words of War. And I think there's only 2 more Words of Power we can find. So we're still not going to be able to 100% this, but they're really close.
Hey. You're Alan this time, right? Just making sure.
It's me, Tim. You ran into Scratch, didn't you? My double.
Well, it's hard to say, but he sure looked like you. It was weird because I heard that you got out of this place. I guess that was just a rumor. Anyway, I'm just doing my thing, still looking for Door. I've got a new theory on that front.
I mean, like, there's also the question, Master Morden, in that case, whether or not they're going to consider any of the cut content as canon. Because if they cut it, technically it's not canon, but it does show intention. I mean, I talk about this when we worked on the Psychonauts videos for the first game, because there's a file of original character profiles that Double Fine made for a lot of the characters, and even like the campster page for all the campers. Now that didn't make it into the game, and it's technically can't be considered canon, but it shows intention when they're in the creative process, so it still tells you something.
What's this new theory?
It's a lot, so buckle up. You have your doubles, and I keep dreaming about other versions of me, right? Now this makes me think there must be other realities besides ours. But ours is connected to the rest of them. Door might even be a part of the reason why. He seems to be the only constant, but what does he want? What's he planning? Sorry. You've got your own problems. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy trying to make sense of this.
Me too, buddy.
You know, maybe this whole thing is much bigger than what we're able to see. Or everything I just said is bullshit. Who knows?
What was my double doing? Did he have a manuscript with him? I need to know.
But he didn't have anything. No, he had a cocktail, and he was smoking. He wasn't like you said he'd be. Very, very touchy-feely.
Zane.
He wore leather pants. He was actually looking for you. He asked the same question about the manuscript. And then he asked if I was going to a costume party and if he could come. Like, I told him this wasn't a costume and he ran off. I guess he doesn't like cops.
That wasn't Scratch.
He's like, wait, what? So there's more than 2 of you? Now there's 3? What the hell? Yeah, the other variant of Tim Breaker is Jack Joyce, but that's explained by Breaker flat out explaining that he dreams himself as different lives. In different lives, I should say. As different people. I mean, we talk about here, me but not me. Others, I know, yet they are different. Here's the new stuff. Dreams of different versions, parallel universes, multiverses, we are connected because of something that happened to us somewhere else. Shockwaves echo across worlds. If I die, will I wake up as another version? Is he killing versions of me? So there's also the question, if we're going to take this into account with this whole Thomas Zane situation, what if Thomas Zane and Alan Wake are just like Tim Breaker and Jack Joyce? It's just like Martin Hatch and Warland Dorr. It's just like Beth Wilder and Jesse Faden, Nick Marsters and Dylan Faden. That they are from two separate realities, but they're the echoes of one another. That being said, in the Dark Place, if it's like the roots, it's the lake that feeds the roots of the Yggdrasil and it spreads out. Meaning that by going into the Dark Place, you essentially have access to any of them. You can split off into any branch you want. Same thing with the Oldest House, technically. What would happen... Okay, let's just talk about Bioshock Infinite for a second. In relation to this, we have Rosalind and Robert Lutesh. They're technically the same person from two different universes, just one with an XX and one with an XY chromosome. What if in his home reality, Thomas Zane essentially had his bad ending, and he's trying to get out, but he can't go back out into his world, so he has to get out in Alan's world? And because he looks exactly like him, it gives him the perfect opportunity. He just starts usurping his... He starts plagiarizing him and taking over his life and taking starts playing the role of Alan instead. No idea. But that's another possibility. And again, this is why it's really hard to talk about Zane, because there's so many different variants on how this narrative can play out. Oh, guys, so eventually I will be playing through the From Software series. At some point. Not right now, but eventually. Okay, so we've technically already got that echo. We've already got that echo. Wait, there's one more thing in here we can grab. There we go. And there's nothing in it. Technically no, Sword Lord. So Tom, the only way Tom exists is because the story said he exists and Cynthia Weaver believes that he exists. So in the lore of the first Alan Wake, Thomas Zane wrote himself out of reality entirely so that no one knows he ever existed, none of his works remain. So it's like he was never there in the first place. So even though there's an urban legend about him that exists, it's not really settled whether he really did exist.
Alan Wake.
I don't know, like, and the reason I'm going off on these random convoluted tangents is because I don't think it would work if Remedy just came out and said out of nowhere, yep, Alan was never real in the first place, even though he's like the central point of the entire Remedy franchise in a certain way of... Okay, so look here. Oh, that's that right there. Okay. I guess we can come back for that if we need it. It would just seem really odd if they just came in and said, yep, he was never real, it was actually something else. It just feels really off, if that's the direction they take. Oh, no, Jamie T. In this game, yes, Zane is everywhere, but in the original... But again, that we're talking about the Dark Place. He's everywhere in the Dark Place, but up in reality, really, he's not mentioned much. I mean, the old gods say Tom, because, again, they're immune to stuff, and Cynthia says it. But they don't talk about Thomas Zane really in the main game, if I remember correctly. And the only reason they talk about him in the first game is because Cynthia Weaver wrote articles about him, but nothing about his work actually exists in reality. And also, we have to remember at the start of New Game Plus, Alan specifically refers to Zane as the fictional writer. He's the fictional poet. And that's different between the regular game and New Game Plus. Wait, I already got this one. Okay, so that bug's back. Sorry, I'm trying to find where this scene is. Hey there, Northern Lime. Thanks so much for the donation, buddy. Why are they all using CRTVs in Alan Wake 2? I mean, I just presume that they can't... Bright Falls is such a small community, they can't afford new equipment, frankly. I feel like I'm going crazy. And oh, I never went down this way and went down the ladder. Sorry, I'm literally wandering in circles right now. I think it's actually the opposite, Ludgero, because I have a hypothesis that the original draft of Return featured a artist named Thomas Zane. And I have a video called the 2 Zane Theory about Thomas Zane, but I think a lot of that has to be revisited, and I don't fully agree with it now in retrospect. But the idea that Alan had a different main character in Departure is kind of has to be true, because Alan wrote himself into the story after like 80% of the plot had already occurred. He has a TV segment where he flat out says, I am writing myself into the story, I am now the protagonist, which tells us there was a different protagonist beforehand. Now, in the Alan Wake Illuminated, which is the art book, they have a section where in the original Xbox 360 trailer that dropped at whatever, it's some Microsoft gaming event, that Alan was working on a new story that featured a protagonist who was also a writer. Now, that didn't make it into the final game, but again, it shows intention with cut content. The beginning of Alan Wake Original starts with him hitting the hitchhiker, and then the hitchhiker berating him about what happens when he creates somebody only to kill them. About, look at your work, or look at me. Look at how I have evolved past what's written on the page. So it wouldn't surprise me if Alan started Departure writing Thomas Zane as protagonist, later went in, retconned it to be him as the protagonist, but that version of Zane wanted to become real. I'd be okay with that. Oh, you just realized it's been on a delay for you? Sorry, dude. Yeah, it's hard to tell how close people are. Technically, yes. I'm going to turn this off because it's a little loud. But did the cabin had Zane... In the cabin, Zane had Zane material in it before Alan started writing. Yes, Mark Central, but in this game, we get confirmation time really doesn't matter. And it's specifically in a shoebox, which means it's immune to reality changes. Now, those poems could have been written after the fact and sent back to that time. I mean, in this game, we see Alan literally sending the heart to a random point in time that doesn't make any sense. We see the moose skull just randomly change. We see the clicker just randomly shift around in terms of time. Things coming out of the shoebox, it's meaningless. It doesn't really matter much. Hey there, Northern Lime. Thank you so much for the donation. Dude, seriously, you guys are very generous. You're amazing. Thank you. I was just super confused about that because I didn't see a single LCD, and the game took place in 2023. The LCD displays were so cheap, and the PCs all look like they're using Windows 95. Love the video, by the way. I mean, one could make the argument that if Zane... Okay. Tinfoil theory time, guys. Honestly, I think it's just an artistic choice. And the resources and the funds that the Sheriff's Department have, and the people here have, is old. Whatever. They keep the old stuff because they can't really afford the new stuff. Their budget is, like as Tim mentioned, it's a shoestring budget. They don't have a lot of funds to work with. In The Dark Place, I kind of give the forgiveness because Alan hasn't been in reality for the last 13 years, so he probably doesn't know new technological developments. But there's also the weird, convoluted explanation, which is Dr. Darling spent so much time in the oldest house where they could only use old technology that his influence in the story, if him and Zane started collaborating, would be older tech. That'd be one convoluted explanation for it, but who knows.
Don't you fucking move, or I'll blow you away.
You got me, Mr. Casey. I'm all yours. Go ahead. Ask that burning question in your mind.
How did you do it? How did you get me into that film clip without my remembering it? Talk to me, damn it!
You've seen the film? Good, good. Now you're ready to meet the Grandmaster. He's waiting for you in the projection booth where everything will be revealed, where he will project a new reality onto this one. And now, Mr. Casey, I've played my part to the end.
No! No!
Boom.
Crazy bastard! Why'd he jump?
The projection booth. Was that where I'd find the murder site?
Okay, so this is going to be the final part of the Alan comeback, is getting back to the projection booth with the new title. Okay. This is going to be the hardest part of the game on Alan's side, so we're going to load up on all of our stuff. Wait, what was I doing? I don't even remember what I was doing. Alright, so painkillers, we don't need you. I think 4 flares should be fine. We have some... We have you. Let's load up on ammunition now. All the frickin' ammo. Because this is kind of the point of no return on Alan's side of the plot. So we got 7 flare guns technically. Let's add another one just for the fun of it. And then let's add some more flares. So we got 6 flares. We got 6 flares, 4 flashbangs. We have 10 flare gun ammo, 4 batteries, and all the ammo from here. Okay. I guess let's do this. Grandmaster's got to be Yako. I have a weird thought. Oh yeah, we get to talk about my thoughts on the Grandmaster now that once we get to that phase. Once we get to that part of the story. Oh yeah, that's why I was checking here. Radio. Echoes of Draft 3. I don't remember where the other ones were. But that's fine. Alright, all, let's get going, and then we can talk more. Let's hold on to the flare for starters. Oh, wrong direction. Where is he? Where did he go? Oh my god! Fuck me! More. No, switch. Reload. Fire! Oh my lord. Like I said, this is gonna be the toughest part of Alan's story. Alright, let's heal up. Reload. Hey there, Northern Lime. Thanks so much for the additional donation, buddy. I should go to Bright Falls for some retro PC gaming. Dude, 100%. That'd be awesome. Why can I not find the ladder? I don't know why this area just spins me around. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's get this moving. I'm just going to start off with the flare in my hand, and I just used a crap ton. Hold on. Where? Oh, I think I'm in the wrong scene. Hold on, that's why. New York's finest.
The scene changed with the story.
Okay, here we are. Now let's switch this over. Let's try the Grand Master. He waited inside, his presence felt out in the night. Very dark in here now. Alright. We can make it to the safe room. We can reload on flares. Alright. Whew. Yeah, this is the point where they really just throw everything at you, so you kind of have to get ready for it. Let's grab some more healing supplies just to stay safe. And I'm maxed out in health. Okay. Oh, gosh. Grandmaster. The Grandmaster was expecting a visitor. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, you shit. Oh, you're also a shit. Fire, fire. Woo! Okay, we got a heal, and we got another word of power there. Okay, let's head back, do that upgrade, and then we'll head upstairs, get the final word of power, and then we'll continue onwards. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's already kind of confirmed that Alan is a para-utilitarian, but that being, or at least the FBC suspects he is, but that being said, we don't know what the description of a para-utilitarian is, what the requirements are, and how they measure that on behalf of the FBC, so it's really kind of not really descriptive enough for my taste. Okay. Alright, let's load back up with some more flares. You know what? Let's throw some more of these on there, too. Why not? Alright, so now we're heading into the actual theater. Oh, Jesus.
Shit.
Alright, we're here. Whew. Yeah, para-utilitarian is just a catch-all term for anyone that has any kind of paranormal ability. It doesn't really give us much more details past that. It'd be along the lines of saying someone is an artist. Well, okay, are they a painter? Are they a sculptor? Do they write books? Do they make films? Do they, like, what are you talking about? Do they make sandcastles? Like, it's not descriptive enough for my taste. Okay. Oh, we're not going to need to do that. We're not going to need to switch out and get more flare gun ammo, because honestly, the second we hit Grandmaster and we get down to the stage, the combat section's done.
This thread would create something terrible in the scene.
Okay.
But it's what the story needed.
Okay, so yeah, this right here is the last approach. As soon as we go through there, no more combat.
Wait.
So this is just going to be my shield all the way up to the stage. And again, because this is a projection, we're technically entering one of the films. Because we're entering into a movie screen, we're entering into Thomas Zane's film. We have to keep that in mind.
I found myself in a maze of film equipment. There had to be a way to the projection booth from here. I wasn't alone.
Well, they don't use the term para-utilitarian in that episode of Threshold, Kids, Amelia. They do talk about people with special... Some people have different brains, and they can do different things. Like, some can light things on fire, some can move footballs, some can read people's minds. It's not a... Again, it's not a catch-all for everything. It's not saying that everyone who has a special brain can do this. It's not that everyone who's a para-utilitarian can do this. It's just they can do something. Alright, time for the fun part. Now, I really want everyone to focus on the dialogue from Casey in these scenarios.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask.
Specifically, how they change between loops. I mean, the biggest thing we have to remember, guys, is that this entire narrative is told as an unreliable narrator, as a trope. The FBC isn't... Just because the FBC says something doesn't mean that's 100% factual. We've shown that the FBC doesn't know what they're talking about on occasion. And even within the FBC, Emily disagrees with Darling about the nature of OOPs, and then there ties to the board. So it's not like... Just because one voice said so, that means that's how it is, and we should take that as gospel to interpret the rest of their Remedy verse.
I was back where I started. A loop within a loop. I had to keep going.
Alright, listen to the changes this time around.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. Who was that? Who said that? The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask. I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron.
So in this version of it, there is a second Casey who's going like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not the one wearing a mask, what the hell? And it's like, who said that? What's going on? Which gives me the impression that the one playing the role of the Grand Master might be the actor who's portraying Alex Casey. AKA Sam Lake. The actor in this universe, Sam Lake. Because right now you have two different versions arguing about who's real. No, there is a change there, mitigated risk, because there's the, hey, who said that? That's the change. And I'm not the one wearing the mask, you SOB. That's the change. And they're both of them have the voice of McCaffrey, so they're both voiced as Casey, and the subtitles have them as Casey. Well, here's the thing is, Casey is specifically talking to who he perceives as the Grand Master. And the one who's addressing the Grand Master speaks back to him in Casey's own voice, saying, I'm not the one wearing a mask. Almost implying as if the Grand Master of this whole thing is a version of Alex Casey. And he's also character. Two versions arguing about who's real. Yeah, it's very meta. I mean, we have Alan and Scratch, Alan and Zane. You have, like, this whole franchise is about two different versions of someone arguing about who's real. So it would make sense.
The Casey in the story was losing it. I wasn't far behind.
The Grandmaster is labeled as Zane Scratch in the game files. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I'm just going by what I see in the game right now.
I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
Okay, let's listen to this round 3.
Hello? Hey!
Show yourself! Who said that? That's a real clever trick, asshole! You can run, but you can't hide! The Grand Master, my ass! You're a clown in a mask! I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron! Why don't you come here and say that to my face, buddy? Then we'll see who's the moron!
And I don't know if you guys have surround sound on, but when you're listening to it, you can hear them coming from 2 different sides of the room.
It's gone. But I saw someone.
I mean, anyone who is in the trade of writing should know that you have to do initiation, because that's the best part of the whole hero's journey, is the initiation phase. That's where all the trials, the dragon slaying, all the fun stuff is. I don't know why you would forget that. Projection booth.
I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
Or maybe let's take this as a different direction. Rather than him talking to the quote-unquote Grandmaster, what if he's bumped into Sam Lake down here? Because we see Sam Lake tied up to the chair right there, and we see him again in a couple seconds. And he's just making the presumption. So it's literally Alex Casey, the actual Alex Casey detective, confronting the actor Sam Lake, who's playing the role of Alex Casey, and they're having a back and forth argument. Anyways. Yeah, Alan needs to go back to basic writing classes, because, like right here, here's Sam Lake right here.
Casey?
Who's there? Look, you got the wrong guy. I'm not Alex Casey. I only play him in the movies. He's just a fictional character.
What's going on here?
You don't have to kill me. You don't have to go get that knife and stab me. You can just give up and go back. Forget about the ritual sacrifice to open the way forward.
The ritual sacrifice to open the way?
No! Don't do it! You don't have to become a monster. Just leave the knife where it is. In the back. Go!
A knife in the back? Everything about this was absurd.
It was.
Our dialogue forced and ridiculous. In desperate need of another pass. But I'd play along to see where it took me.
So the whole idea is like, yes, Sam Lake has his own voice and Alex Casey has his other voice too. But remember, in the films, when Sam Lake is portraying Alex Casey, he has the James McCaffrey Casey voice. He's putting on that voice when he's in character. And when he's talking as himself, he sounds like Sam Lake.
Let's forget about the knife. Don't go looking for the knife. There is no knife.
Just out of curiosity, because it gives you the option to use it. And that's probably in there just to psych us out. It's like, yeah, don't go in the other room and grab that thing. No, don't. Oh, God. It's like, don't ignore the man behind the curtain kind of situation.
The knife.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you don't. You'll be sorry.
You gotta give Sam some props here. Let's be real. His vocal talent right here is lovely.
What the fuck?
Do not think about a purple monkey in a trampoline right now. Don't do it. And of course you think about it. All right, and so the interesting thing about this entire setting, too, is we have to presume that every single one of these films is something that Zane did. Kind of like Alan has written over and over and over and over again. Zane has been making these film after film after film after film. Because remember, this is his theater. And now we're crossing over, or overlapping with Coffee World. Yay! Yeah, but just the simple fact that we see Sam there, I'm presuming that Sam playing the role of Casey is talking to the Detective Casey. I have a feeling I missed one of the echoes. Give me a second. Because, technically speaking, this should be... No, this is the second to last echo. I lied. I am on track. This is the interesting one here.
Come, Alex Casey. You've done well. You've played your role perfectly.
Everything out of your mouth is a damn lie. The only place any of this makes any sense is in your psychotic brain.
As a fictional character in a story, you've fulfilled your purpose. You brought the writer of the story here. You can go now, Casey.
No, I'm not going anywhere before I get some answers. How was I in that movie? Why does all this feel so familiar? What? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I? No!
And welcome to you, Alan Wake.
What the hell?
This is the ritual to lead you on. We're just one step away from your final destination, Mr. Wake. But first, here's an unanswered mystery for you. If Casey was fictional, and you assumed his role as a detective, are you now fictional too? Whose story are you living, Mr. Wake?
The visions are getting under my skin, coming too close for comfort. Not a separate layer, but mingling with my own reality in the dark place.
And this just goes back to the entire idea that fictional is subjective. We should really take that word out of our vocabulary when we talk about this series, because it's almost meaningless. A piece of true... So, like, it's actually, if you go back to Herald of Darkness, the terms, the piece of true fiction made meaningless in the face of creation. What is considered fictional is only from the perspective of the creator. So Alan is a real person, but he's stepping into the character, the role of the detective. So now, as in the role of the detective, it's a fictional detective, correct? But that doesn't mean Alan's not real. And I don't even want to use the term real because it's pointless. We've already established you can't create something out of nothing. Yeah, I have, my opinion is that the Grandmaster is Zane 100%. I mean, this is Zane's theater. And if we're going to talk about this and transfer it back over to the Ocean View Hotel when we're talking about the cult play, the cult entered into the play, they killed the actors and assumed their roles just so they can perform a ritual to summon forth the devil himself, right? To summon forth the devil. And then that individual then started to play himself within the story. Wouldn't it make perfect sense if the cult summoned forth their Grand Master and it'd be the same person? My hypothesis is the one who was summoned forth during the cult was this version of Zane. Exactly. I'm with you, Master Morden. We should or at least contextually use the term fictional as as you said, meaning as a part of a work of art. It is just that sometimes art can become reality. Well, the thing is, this is also reality becoming art. Not that the art created the thing, it's they were real before, but now they're part of it, so they're classified as the fiction. So it's a part of the work of art. Like, one of these days, I'm going to sit down and write a lecture, or write a video just dealing with this concept, but it's very convoluted. It's very convoluted.
Wait. Dead end. This can't be right. Did I miss something?
No, Ruslan. So the American Nightmare one is just an entity of the Dark Place. He was formed from the urban legends told about Alan. It's nothing to do with Zane himself. And now we're up here in what looks like the attic. Here's all the films that Zane has made over his time here.
The murder site.
And I just absolutely love this. It didn't strike me until my second playthrough about how cool this right here is. Because it's basically the parade float. Ilmari and Yukari, or whatever his name was, Hatari. It's the Hatari brothers. When Saga was going around collecting everything, she had to pick the knife, put it in the hand, put Mocha the Moose's skull up on here, and Thornton and Mulligan are playing the roles of the Hatari brothers here.
The mask was the key.
Yep. And now we have the last part of...
I was traveling deeper into the dark place. The poem on the wall was growing at the same pace, dogging my footsteps. Like my unwanted shadow moving in the corner of my eye. It wasn't my writing. I didn't know what it was. A terrible prophecy. A curse. Looming over me.
Well, Ludgero, when Zane says don't mind him in that little scene in the AW DLC, I think it's more that... Because we know, as of this game, that Alan is jumping at shadows, and he thinks that there's a scratch out there that's doing XYZ, when it really wasn't, it was himself. It wouldn't surprise me if Zane's just saying, "Oh no, 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 don't worry about him," because he's talking about the another Alan he's working with, and then the current Alan that's talking is like, "No, oh my God, it's Scratch." I'm like, no, it's you, just you at a different point in time, kind of thing. A pale balloon in the sky. Okay, pale balloon in the sky. Alice mentions seeing looking out the window and seeing a moose or a deer balloon that flew up from a little girl who lost it. She mentions that in one of her videos, so boom, here we go. Float and sink deeper. Night springs when bright falls. For this sleeper, the surface disturbed. The reflection, now a traitor. The reflection, so the other version that you see in the mirror. In the cavity of the skull, turned to a crater. So remember that Alan, or not Alan, but Casey mentions that for imagery purposes, the he mentions something along the lines of the imagery of an exit wound of a bullet reminds him of a crater. Like the, what was it? Crap. Caldera Street Station reminds him of the exit wound. Cavity of the skull, the bullet wound in the skull, turns into a crater, the crater being the caldera. But we can also interpret this as referring to when Alan gets the bullet of light shot into him as well. Lots of different ways to interpret this. Okay. So now we're going to grab Mocha the Moose's skull, and it's going to be transported back over to Saga. And it's reasons like this, which is why I'm not really concerned about the Thomas Zane poems in the shoebox at the Birds Light Cabin, because this is possible. Like, we see this 3 times as a possibility where we can move objects around through time. So it's not really even a concern to me. No, so Astral, that's going to be Thomas Zane's poetry right there. It's blackout poetry.
This is how I could help her.
Saga Anderson, listen. I've been tricked. Scratch wrote returned. I tried to fix the story, but he stopped me before I reached the end. He has it now. It's the key to escape.
What do you mean, escape? You're a Scratch.
I need to stop him. I need to stop him before he gets out. He's after Alice. I'm still trapped, but I'm making progress. I wrote you in to be the story's hero. Scratch made a horror story. I need to match the genre. It has to be dark, but the hero can break through, save her family, save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes. Whatever you're doing, it's working. You just need to keep going.
We have family in the horror story.
I was closer now. Closer than ever before. But there was no time to lose. Everything was hanging in the balance. I could still lose it all. Parliament Tower. I had to make it work this time. I could stop Scratch, get the manuscript, fix its ending.
Now you're falling apart. The light is a poisonous, poisonous dart. Forever seeking out the darkest part. Forever, forever.
No, I'm here, guys. Sorry. I'm just in thought. Sorry. Yeah, Tyler F., I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. The problem with, again, why trying to theorize about Thomas Zane is an exercise of futility is because there's so many different variations on how this could play out, and they all make equal sense within the rules set by the universe. So it's really kind of difficult to say one way or another. I mean, they could be two versions of the same person, kind of like Tim Breaker and Jack Joyce in different realities, and then they're kind of peeking behind doors and influencing one another's lives without realizing it. It could also be that Alan had a character that he wrote that was inspired by a real-life person, like I assert in my video. It could also be C, it could also be D, it could also be 50 other things. Like, to be 100% honest, I get the impression that this phase of the Remedy Connected Universe, Thomas Zane is kind of the end game. Because he has been around literally since day one, true Tom Reimer in freaking Death Rally. So for anyone who doesn't know Death Rally, it's just a racing game. It's kind of like a top-down Twisted Metal type game that Remedy developed and wrote for. It's the first game they worked on. And they have a character who speaks through the car radio. It's a disembodied entity speaking through the car radio that calls itself True Thomas, True Tom Reimer. So literally, this character's been around since the beginning. Inland, yeah, someone mentioned Inland Empire earlier today as well. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down because I want to look into it as soon as we're done with stream. But yeah, it's just, we can go down, like, I could literally sit here for like the next 10 hours and go down the rabbit hole of Thomas Zane. I don't think it's the most productive, though. And all the fade-outs are gone. Thank you. Oh. I almost ran out. You guys ready for a movie? Grab your popcorn. Let's go. Turn off the lights. Let's enjoy. Alex Casey is the detective. Barbara Jagger is the writer's widow. Ilmari Hotari is the murderer. Ati is the janitor. Thomas Zane is the writer, Alan Wake. See, even in his film, he's casting himself as Alan Wake like he's taken over his role. And in doing so, he makes himself fictional in the same note. See the loophole there? And the job he'd been fired from had driven him into the deep waters of madness. Sleep and wakefulness blended together into delirium, filled with lustful visions of Alexei Casey's first love, Babi Akala. Casey was a man possessed. So he's rewriting Alan's story with this video. It's not the same as what really happened. It's just a twisted reflection of it. Just as a side note, when you first enter the Ocean View, or the last time you enter the Ocean View motel as Jesse, you have a radio that's a weather forecast too. Just something to note.
Onko täällä ketään? Ahti.
My man.
Sanovat, se joka varjoon tyytyy, valon ihmeestä paitsi jää.
Minulla oli sinua ikävä.
Olit Veikon kanssa. Siksi lähdin.
Hän on poissa. Ollut jo kauan.
Kun nyt lähden, lähde kanssani.
Mutta vasta tämän yön jälkeen.
Heti sinulla oli paskat housussa. Konttasuojan pohjalla änkyrä kännissä ja huusi ja soperteli ja armo, rattasveli Anna.
Yeah, it's the story of Elmari killing his brother. Yep, Atari will. Yes, that's Ati's actual actor.
Tuhlaajapojan paluu. Ja häntä koipien välissä.
Oh yeah, Ron. I presume that the subtitles are not one-to-one. Something gets lost in translation.
Tulin vain käymään. Ja nyt kun muistan millaista tämä touhu täällä on, en viivy kauaa. Missäs veljesi luuraa?
Pisti hengiltä. Rupes käymään aivoa se aina länkytys. Uhrilla ja mestarilla. Mutta ei se paskaveli kelvannut edes siihen. Sä olit mestarin valittu. Vaikka mä koskaan ymmärtänyt, että miksi. Päiviltä pitäisi sinutkin pistää. teo. Nyt tuli tuperapinat, poika. Leikataan parta! Leikataan pojalta parta!
Pause real quick, guys. So I just saw your comment, Amelia, about after seeing that I theorize Al isn't following his own story. He's caught up probably in someone else's story that seems to not finished. And that got me thinking, these two stories between Zane and Alan seem so similar. Would the similarities between Alan's life and these and Zane's work in essence create an overlap that could again facilitate the usurping of the character, since the plots are so similar? Anyways, moving on.
Miksi palasit, kun kerran lähdit?
En aikonut. Mutta nyt löydän itseni täältä. Nyt on kai kirottu. Kirjoitettu sadistisen kirjailijan tarina. Kierrän kehää.
Maa on syklinen laulu. Mites siellä valtion kontrollivirastossa menee?
Väärä virasto. En ole siellä töissä. Sitä paitsi sain potkut. Ei olisi tarvetta talonmiehen apulaiselle.
Ei ole. Tämän tilan isäntä katosi yön selkään vuosia sitten. Sen jälkeen kun sinä lähdit. Merkit on ilmassa, että multakin loppuu hommat pian. Siksi kyselen virastosta. Ehkä saan sieltä töitä.
Malja.
Mille juomme?
Yöttömälle yölle.
Sounds like Nightshade, to be honest.
Tämä riitti vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Damn, he's a lot taller.
Sanotaan, että Aleen kurkotti liian pitkälle yön syövereihin. Eikä löytänyt sieltä enää pois. Kannattaa varaa sitä Aleen mustaa leskeä. Taisit olla vähän heikkona häneen.
Pelkäsin häntä.
Me pojat oltiin aina vähän toivottomia naisten kanssa.
Sankaren Tengo. Yeah, so Sam's actually already confirmed that this scene is intended to reflect Nightingale's murder at the start of the game.
Tämä riitti vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Hän palaa. Ja sinut lukitaan huoneeseen.
Hatari well right there. So Zane/Alan rises up and Casey's then trapped in the room. Equal opposite exchange, a prisoner transfer, so to speak. But because Zane is playing the role of Alan, is that what happens here? Zane's pretending to be Alan to get out.
Vihdoinkin.
Kiitos, rakkaani.
And now he's stuck in the dark place, aka the writer's room, aka in the prison. No, Amelia. That's Barbara and the Tari brothers. Hold on.
Tämä on spiraali.
Yeah, just because in this film Barbara and the Hotari and Ilmari Hotari are cult members, that doesn't mean in reality they are. This is just again, one of Zane's films that reflect an echo. In this one, they say Alan got fired and he's divorced as well, which is not the case. We have to completely separate. Again, let's treat this film like an overlap. They're two completely different circles. It's a Venn diagram. They're two completely different circles, but there is some underlying similarities in the middle, but it's two completely different things, and we need to interpret as two different things. Best movie ever, 10 out of 10.
There wasn't enough alcohol in this city to drown the memories of this nightmare, but I'd damn well try. This case would never be closed. I had more questions now than at the start. The irony of being trapped in a postmodern detective story. I felt watched. The eyes of some unseen audience on me. I wanted to turn to the hidden camera and tell them to fuck off. But I didn't know where to look to break the fourth wall. There would always be another case for Casey. A million stories in this dark city. The night opened up to welcome me. I walked into her arms. Roll credits.
Well, it's not that following the story to completion leads you to being trapped in the writer's room. What essentially happens in the film is we have Casey in reality and Alan in the dark place. And the ritual is essentially to swap them so that the one that's trapped in the dark place can emerge back forth into reality, and the one in reality is taken into the dark place as an equal opposite exchange. Now, make of that what you will, but that's essentially what they're pointing at here. And we kind of see that in the first game. Alan goes into the dark place in order to release Alice out of it. And then in this one, I don't know how the new ending is going to be, but it's probably something very similar. Yeah, now I'm sad about that too. I'm with you. We'll talk more about that KN4Z once we get to the end of the game. Because I want to see how this version ends before I say anything else about Casey in the dark place. Actually, you know what? I think I missed this. I think I missed one of the words of power up here. Let's go grab it real quick, since we're so close. Words of fix. Why did they give you so much? They give you 2 extra words of fix in this. That doesn't seem necessary. Well, Kriegerbot, I'm just happy we have multiple save files. I don't know why Remedy's so far behind when it comes to accessibility like that in terms of chapter select, but this is the first game where we actually have multiple save files, so I'm just happy we have that. Maybe we'll finally get chapter select in the next... I mean, technically Control had chapter select, but it would overwrite your original save, so it wasn't the best chapter select in the world. Alright, we just gotta make it to the Alice statue.
The phone was ringing again. Somehow I sensed it wasn't Zane this time.
Alright, interesting little tidbit about this. I've heard a theory go around. I don't know if I accept it, but we'll talk in a second. Listen, look at the subtitles for who's speaking.
Hello?
Hello.
It wasn't Zane. It wasn't Scratch either. Huh? You're me? Me? I don't understand. There's a lot I don't understand.
The dark place operates in loops. Time is a story. I'm calling you from a different point in that story.
From the future? I'm never getting out of here, am I?
Yes, you will. And no, you won't. And that is by your own choice.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry for what you'll have to go through. Alice's photos you found from the shoebox in the talk show basement. Before you can go to Parliament Tower, you must put them in the shoebox at her statue at the plaza. To help you, to help Alice, to help Saga Anderson.
I'm my own Deus Ex Machina? Really?
So yeah, there's 2 ways to interpret this.
To finish a story? One for each draft. It's the same writer, but in a different point in time. I follow the steps he laid out for me. Alice's photos from the talk show building basement. Adi had guided me there. I bring the photos to the shoebox by the statue.
So yeah, technically there's 2 ways to interpret that entire scene. What is presented is it's Alan from a different point in the spiral, or B, that is Dr. Darling calling Alan, pretending to be him for whatever reason. Either way, they're giving him good advice. Put these photos in the shoebox, therefore we can actually continue this story. But I've heard some people say familiar voice there is actually Dr. Darling calling him and not Alan, but they only tricked us because it's the same VA. I mean, not necessarily Stike Faker. I mean, like, okay, so this is my normal speaking voice, everyone. And when I'm making my lectures and I'm speaking for YouTube, this is the tone of voice that I use. You get my point? So I can change my voice. I mean, technically, Matthew Peretta changes his voice to voice both characters. Well, I think Dr. Darling is more of his natural speaking voice, and Alan Wake is the put-on version of it, kind of like I do here. But I think it could be both. I'm not saying either way, but there's two potentialities for it. Why did the second one make you uncomfortable? I'm sorry, Megalodon. I apologize. Here we go. Oh, I know mitigated risk. I'm just putting out potential hypotheses on this and what I've heard passed around the community. Alrighties. And we are done for the time being with Alan. I mean, technically speaking, there's a couple small sections with him, but we're good for right now. I doubt Dr. Darling will be a playable character. I mean, it's possible. I'll say that up front. It's definitely possible, considering the implication we're getting off the Night Springs DLC is we will have multiple POVs, so who knows? Yeah, there's no proof either way. I'm with you on that AI Monogatari. It's just things to think about. And that's how we have to approach a lot of the interpretation of this series is we don't have a lot of concrete information. We have some, but not a lot. And most of what we quote-unquote know, we don't actually know. We're just hypothesizing about it. And we have to keep that in mind. I definitely think we're going to see Darling in Night Springs at some point, most likely. He might also be associated... Actually, he might be in Lake House, considering it's related to the FBC, but who really knows? Anyways, guys, I am going to be going off for today. And we are going to continue onwards. I might do the next section tomorrow, maybe? Because I want to finish the whole game by the end of the weekend, 100%. But my Sunday is completely full, and we only have 2 more streams left. So the next stream is going to be a kind of a small one. It's going to involve Saga going through, getting all the rest of these collectibles, finishing up the nursery rhymes, going over to both Watery to revisit that area with the bolt cutters, going back to the Cauldron Lake to get the rest of those, and then we're going to come back to the sheriff's station and do the scratch fight there. And as soon as that's done and we get to the point of no return, we'll stop, and then the final stream will take it from the point of no return to the end of the game. But anyways, all, take it easy. Thank you all for hanging out, and I will see you most likely tomorrow. Bye-byes.